I'm live. This is wow. It's surreal. Hey everybody. No one's here yet. We'll wait. Um let's see. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hey Callie Day. Hey. Hey Dylan. Hi Martin. Oh, I missed you too. I missed you too. Yes, love from yes. Hi, Scotland. Oh, Langsyme. I know. Maybe, hopefully, we will stay on long enough. Hi, Dave. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Michael. Yes, so good to see everybody. Happy New Year, Adrian. Happy New Year, Steven. Happy 2022. Listen, I feel a little bit out of shape. I have to tell you all this because I've been doing this for so long, so many months. Callie Day, many blessings. I love you, sister. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Kathy, Happy New Year. Yay, it's so great to see everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Antonio. Happy New Year. I know. I miss doing combos. Oh my God. Like my husband's like, are you sure you're gonna do it today? I'm like, yes, I'm gonna do it. I gotta kick out 2021 doing combos and bringing combos back in 22. Who do y'all want to see? Who do y'all want to see? Who's coming on combos? Who's coming on combos? Yes. Yes, the girl has been working. Yes, and I have lots of wonderful, exciting projects coming up. So, but I do now that I know how to manage everything. I can, well, I think I do. I can like sing, learn music, and do combos. Yes, Dante, I'm coming to your hood really, really soon. So, yes, Happy New Year, William. We love you. We love you. Happy New Year. Dave Ragland, Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I can't wait to work with you really soon. Martina Arroyo, I think she came on I think she went on Fred Hawkins show, but I would love to talk to her. That would be cool. Angel Blue, yes, Angel. I wanted to invite Angel, but she was doing so many. I was like, I don't want to tire her out. I got to get her all rested. So she can come on Convos. Yes, so good to see you. So what are you all doing tonight? Do we need our wine glasses? Well, I have vodka and fresca tonight. Vodka and fresca tonight. I'm gonna pop a bottle of champagne a little bit later to celebrate the year. So cheers to 2021 and a prosperous 22. Yes, yes. Oh, oh, Maria Ewing, that would be good. Okay. Yes, yes, Adrian, I am coming to Fort Worth for the Night of Excellence. I think it is February. I'll be in Fort Worth between February 14th to February 20th. And I'll be singing with Fort Worth Opera. So please come to the Night of Black Excellence. We need all the support. We need all our people to come out. It's going to be a beautiful evening with incredible artists. Lemmy Pulliam, Brandy Sutton, Michelle Johnson, Jasmine Barnes. I mean, just everybody. All the kids are coming. All the kids are coming. Yes, I do. I love Fresca. I do. I do still purchase a Fresca. You know. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you? Yes. Afton Battle. Are you coming on tonight? Yes. Nia Imani Franklin. Can you hook us up, Dave? I mean, that would be really good. Really cool. Jim, so good to see you. So good to see you. Oh, Mr. Shirley, absolutely, absolutely. That would be wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'd love to come back to Birmingham too. You got to tell Keith Wolf to invite me back. Rusty, yes. Well, I owe him a second run, so maybe he'll come back. Yes, yes, yes. This is our Night of Black Excellence, February 20th, 2022, Fort Worth Opera. It's gonna be amazing. Invite all your friends, Adrian. Share, 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 share that. Miss Battle. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready. Yes, yes. Hey, Shawnalise. Do I owe you I think do I owe you a conversation? I can't remember. I know we're supposed to do something, but we'll be in touch. Elizabeth, yes, Elizabeth came on last year, earlier in this year. If you go to the YouTube page, you'll see Liz. That's a good idea. Simon Estes. I think I can make that happen. I think I can make that happen. Dave. Yeah, yes, yes. So I did not invite a guest tonight because I wanted Ria, yes, and we're actually working together. So that would be a wonderful conversation for sure. Yes, for sure. Yes, Charlize, come on, come on, come on the show. That'd be fantastic. Are we ready for Donnie Ray? Because I don't know. He might take my show over. No, I would love Donnie Ray. Oh my God. He would hold court so grandly, right? Amazing, amazing. But I didn't invite anyone specific tonight because I wanted it to be about you all and whoever wants to come and talk about this year, about the hot topics of this year. It doesn't even have to be opera related at all. It has been an amazing, yes, Miss Brandy, my sister. Um in song. It would be an honor to have her because she's had such an amazing year, like many of us. Yes, Shonda I think that's for you from Cali. But it's just been such an amazing year. And we're still going through all of the things right now. I'm taking my glasses off. All of the things right now, with COVID and um us stepping into going live and then having to kind of like take a step back. What do they call it? 2 steps forward, but not 3 steps back. We're not there yet. Well, we're not there, hopefully, ever. But with all of the things that are going on in New York, with all of the jump ins and all of the debuts, which is very, very exciting and very, very, I think, scary for the house, for singers. Vanessa Baccara, the wonderful soprano, jumped in and sang. I think she learned the role in 7 hours and sang from the pit. Like, oh my God, that's crazy. But what an interesting time that we're in right now in our art form. But yes, I'm just so excited to see y'all. Now, who's gonna come on? Who's gonna come on? And who wants the key combo? Oh, Rayanne. Yes, that would be a fantastic interview. Maybe she'd come on. That would be wonderful. I'd love to have her come on. Yeah, so many wonderful people, and so many people are doing amazing, amazing things right now, and just so exciting. So, what are we drinking tonight? What are we? Are we gonna toast? We did our one toast. What's the next toast gonna be about? What are we doing? What are we toasting? What are we celebrating? Anybody have good news? Good news on here. Hi, Cherise. How are you? I'm so sad I missed you in Lexington. I'm so sad. I'm so sad, but we will have our time. Who's gonna come on the show? I got some people coming. I got some people who wanted to pop in and say hello. I know it's still early, and I was trying to debate whether we were going to do it, whether I wanted to do it at 10 or 11, but I know that everybody's not staying up for the countdown. But I just wanted to see people just come and commiserate back into the space again of Kiki Combos. So just excited. I adore you. I adore you. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see everybody. Aww. Letting go of our need to control. Listen, you must be speaking to me personally. Because last year I was like, I didn't make any resolutions, but I was just like, I'm just gonna let go and get out of the way. That's what I said to myself. I was gonna get out of the way. And it worked. In some instances, it worked, as many of you know. Um, but in other ways, I just kept constantly policing myself, and trying to get out of my own way. But it's been really, really difficult to let go of the control. I know many of you do know that. Yes, yes, letting go. The concept that you have to be swamped with work. Ooh, now that's a good one, right? Everyone thinks you have to be busy, 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 and even on social media, you have to post everything, and I'm singing, I'm working, I'm learning, I'm doing all these things, and that doesn't equal success. It equals exhaustion. Hello, let's keep it real. How about a good tax accountant? My person is in California, but post here, under here, any good tax accountants, particularly in Tennessee, right? There, do. JCSU concert choir performing with the Charlotte. That's a big deal, Shauna Lee. So the big deal, Charlotte Symphony Orchestra, February the 4th. So if you are in the new North Carolina, Charlotte area, what other big city is close to there? Please go out and support JCSU Concert Choir on February the 4th. I love that. I love that. Can we have the young artists who are making a beautiful splash in the opera world? Yes, Kenny had them on combos, but I would love to. I mean, there's so many now. There's a whole new class of young singers. In Houston, I just sang with some incredible singers in the Houston Grand Opera Studio. Watch out for all of those wonderful artists. Not only are they beautiful voices, but they are incredible people, humans. I had a great time. It's interesting when you come to the point of your career where you are not the newbie anymore. You are the OG in the group, and that was interesting for me to be on that side. I have to say, but I'm forever grateful for every opportunity I get, no matter what, especially creating roles. Hey, PR social media experts. I know a couple. Okay. Share, share, share. I'm glad for the energy you put off. Thank you, Kathy. And I loved our lunch in Houston. When Kathy came down, because she's doing a wonderful recital with Elena Viatone, fantastic soprano, in the Houston Grand Opera Studio. And so she came to rehearse, and I got a chance to catch up with Kathy, and hopefully we work together soon. Yeah, I mean to come on the show and give advice on how to write. Oh, I know how to do that. How to write off those gowns. Hey, Lamb. I know you coming on, but okay, y'all know a combos would not be a Kiki combos if you know who was not in the house.
Wait, you was real fast. I just
Listen, I
he
was
was
late
still
though.
sipping.
Cheers, cheers. Mm.
Cheers and the cheers, cheers, cheers. Happy New Year,
Yes.
sister.
Happy New Year. We're just talking about shooting the stuff, talking about some things. I was asking the people who they wanted to see,
Yes,
and come on combos, and what they were up to, and the things that they were hoping for the new year.
I love it. Who y'all trying to see?
They trying to see some of the people who were already on Black Opera, but they want them to come on combos. So
Listen, you know how we do. We share guests.
yes,
We share guests.
yes. I said Donnie Ray's gonna hold court. He's gonna come over, and he's gonna take over.
King Ray, King Ray.
Yes, yes, yes. Jim said he heard you. He heard your laugh from the room. Yes, Martin. Interesting. The enough, and I haven't had enough European singers, but he says the European Americans has the finest voices in the world. Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much. I would agree, but I would love to have more European artists on the show, and maybe 2022 will do that. Now that I'm a little bit rested, I feel a little rusty, but I feel rested.
I do too. I feel so rested. Like even trying to come on here with you, I was like, what do I do? What do I do? Where do I go? What do I look? Child,
Mhm.
after doing a year of shows and then stopping cold turkey, I was like, you know what? I don't know how to do this no more.
That's what I said. I say testing, testing. Where is my sound? The sound. Penny was sitting right here. I think she wants to come on the show, but then she just left. She left. So
Listen, my crew is furloughed. I don't know how to do this by myself.
right. Right. Yes, okay. But we'll be back. We'll be back. Love you. She love you, Kenny. Love you, Shauna
Who is
Lee.
that? Hey,
Shauna
Sean
Lee.
Elise. I'll see you in February. I mean, March. I'm coming back to Upper Carolina in March. I'll see you in March.
Awesome, awesome. And she is doing a concert in Charlotte with her February 4th with the concert choir.
Yay,
So
my other kids.
yes, I was telling people to come to that. Yes, Joel and oh yes, Joel's snowy day.
Listen, y'all. I first of all, I was sick of watching stuff via the computer. Now, don't let me discourage y'all. Y'all, please continue to support the arts in whatever way you can. I was tired of it. So I needed to go see A Snowy Day in person. So the day after we closed at the Met, I got onto a plane and flew to Houston to see my sister girl on the stage in this brand new opera. This opera is amazing. This opera is full of joy and love and color and light and beautiful music and beautiful text. It is fantastic. And me and her, we support each other. So it's no big deal that, I fly in to see my girl in person. I wasn't
Mhm.
going to watch it through no computer. But if you are somewhere where you see A Snowy Day playing, go and see it. It is fantastic. Tell your home opera companies to mount it during the holiday season. Like it's absolutely wonderful. It's wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations, Slack.
Thank you. Thank you. I was telling people, I said, this is the opera that companies can do from October to February through to February through to Black History Month, of course, because this is also Black History, and to have this opera, to have these two amazing artists to come on, and thank you to Julia Bullock, of course, for the idea of the create, because she's such an amazing curator. But it was her idea to bring it to Houston, so it was fantastic and just an honor to be there. And like it should be our Nutcracker. I agree. It's an hour. You can get, I mean, singers double with the chorus parts, backstage chorus and main stage. So you save
Honored to be
money.
there, and like it should be our Nutcracker.
So, oh, what happened? See, we're out of shape. We're out of
Out of
shape.
shape. Out of
Yeah,
shape. I don't know what I'm doing no more.
absolutely. Absolutely. So, but it was good. It was good. Perfect, an hour, perfect for kids, perfect for the grandparents, perfect for adults, for everybody. It's a beautiful story. Andrea Pinkney. I gotta have Andrea on, and I promised to have her on before we opened Snowy. And but then I was, in my hiatus. And so she definitely wants to come back on and come on and just talk to us. And she was amazing. We had an amazing dinner that I don't think we ate for the first 30 minutes, 35
Wow.
minutes of getting together. We didn't even eat, so we just talked. So yes, anyway. Oh yes, here you go. Ah,
What's that?
Kenny's interview with Barbara Hendricks was beautiful. A favorite Mozart voice.
Oh, and when which one of your guests said they would like to see more European singers on?
Martin, yeah.
Martin, let me tell you, it was really hard because of the time differences. Because our shows here were scheduled at a certain time in the United States that did not coincide with the proper time in the UK, or I mean in Europe. So because they're ahead 6 hours, when our show starts at 7 o'clock, it's 1 o'clock in the morning for them. So it's
Hmm.
hard to get them on. So I had to put them on a different day of the week. And it's often to get like your regular viewers and watchers to follow you onto another day. But we did it. And it was fantastic because on that same show with Barbara Hendricks, Roberta Alexander was on. and
Mhm.
Harolyn Blackwell was on. And so I had a diva in New York, I had a diva in the Netherlands, and I had a diva off the coast of Sweden. So it was hard to coordinate. And I had Pretty Yende on while she was in Barcelona, and that was on a different day. But yeah, it's tough. It's the
Mhm.
coordination, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I had Pumetsa, and she was in Germany, I think, and then
Mm.
uh Liz Llewellyn, and she was at home, her home in the UK, and I had to do them in, yeah, you're it's just trying to find the right time for everybody. So,
Hmm.
and Martin says it's 3:30 in the morning in Scotland.
Oh, you are hardcore, Martin. You come through.
Oh yeah, Martin's a convo. He's a part of the crew. He's a part of the crew. Lexi, you better come on this show. I'm not even playing with you tonight.
Hey, Lexi Boo.
Get it together and come on.
Pull yourself together. Put a fedora on and get yourself on the show, Lex.
Yes, Humetsa. I love her. She's incredible. I've
And
never met
she's
her
so
though.
gorgeous. Good Lord.
Okay. Okay. Stunning. Stunning. Yes. So what you got coming up, Kenny? You gotta tell the people because
Too much, y'all. When people be texting me and DMing me about what I got coming up, my first instinct is to not be upset that y'all don't go to the website and look at it, because that's why we have websites and put all our information there so y'all can go check. Because sometimes I don't know where I am until till I wake up, Jesus, and see what score is in front of me. And that's a blessing. I'm not complaining at all. But 2022 is starting off with a bang. I make my Tulsa opera debut in Tobias Picker's first opera called Emmeline. Incredible, traumatic, dramatic, crazy story based off of real life events. And I'm so excited about that because I get to share the stage with Leona Mitchell. And I'm trying not to get be outside of my body and just work on being present and working with a living legend and somebody that I have admired and loved ever since I was in high school, watching live from the Met PBS broadcast with her as Liu and Micaela and all the Hernani, all the roles that she sang at the Met, and I get to share the stage with her. Like I'm overwhelmed, and very excited about that. So that happens in February. The entire month of February, I'll be in Tulsa, Oklahoma with her. And then back to Opera Carolina to do a fairly new opera called The Falling and the Rising. It's about the military. It's another brand new role for me. Um, and then something really exciting with the National Philharmonic. I get to do Adolphus Hailstork's latest work called A Knee on the Neck. And I'm so incredibly excited and honored that he asked me to do another world premiere of his. And I'll be alongside my good sister, Janae Bridges, and the fabulous tenor Norman Schenkel for that piece later on in March. And then I go to make my Fort Worth opera debut, thanks to my good sister, the general director, diva extraordinaire Afton Battle, and reprising one of my favorite roles is Giorgio Germont in Traviata. And then, there's more stuff after that, but it takes me a minute to remember it all. But it's an exciting start to the new year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I know some of the things you have going on that have nothing to do with singing, and that is so exciting. And we're not going to even talk about that because that's gonna pop real soon. Um, and people say, "Oh, you and Kenny, you guys just came up, during the whole pandemic and all the things." And I'm like, trust me when I tell you, this is not something that just came up. It just popped. Like, if you ask people who have worked with Kenneth Overton 15 years ago, they will tell you, "Oh, we love Kenny." Everybody that worked with loves Kenny. Kenny has been here. How long have you been singing, Kenny? It's okay to say because we lost a
Or
year. So
we lost okay. I would say without having to have what people call a day job, um, 20 years. A little over 20.
I'm about to say it's been longer than that.
A little over. Yeah. Oh, oh.
Hmm.
Wait, because I moved to New York in '99. So how many is that? That's 23. Oh, Jesus. Yes. So 23 years of just relying on these two little pieces of flesh inside of my throat.
Mhm.
And let me tell you, it's not all been glamorous. It's not all been fun. It's not all been easy, but it's all been worth it. It's all been worth it. I love what I do. I love this crazy industry that is trying to right itself. Um, but yeah, 23 years and still going. Listen, I still refer to myself as a young singer. I just got seasoning on me. I have seasoning on me.
Absolutely.
But he's still young and fresh, see?
Okay, listen, like I was just saying before you came on with when I was with Houston, I was like being with all of the younger, the up and coming singers and being the OG in the singer group. I was like, well, when the hell did this happen?
All right. When did I become the oldest person in the room? Hold up. Hold up. Let me call
Right.
Johnny Ray and them real quick.
Exactly, exactly. And let me, what are you doing? Because where are you? You need to come on. Combos, cut it out. Do I need to send you a link? Let me know. Hit me up. Yes, yes, yes. I get lost in the stars in Minneapolis, like 10, like maybe 10 years ago.
Uh, oh, I did. Like, yes, that was the first time I did it. And then I
Ju-
did it more recently in St. Louis. You came to see that one in St. Louis.
Yes, in St. Louis.
It's
Yes,
one of my favorite roles in the world. Oh,
yes, yes. And I
yeah.
remember. I got you, baby. But some people know that you and I went to high school together.
Mm.
So some people do. Some people
And we're about to share the stage together again, right? Aren't
we
we?
sure are
Yes,
in
in early February.
February in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Green Space doing the celebrating the music of Carlos Simon and a couple of other Black American composers. Elaine, hi. Okay, you're with Russell. Please tell Russell that his presence has been requested back on Convos, and I know y'all working tonight, so it's all good. But if you happen to want to pull up before we get off, please let me know. You're always welcome. I love both of you, and Kevin Short is with you guys too, right?
Kevin.
Yes, I think yes. Ah, okay. The rib. Oh my God, they talking about pappies and the ribs in
Come
St.
on,
Louis.
Pappies in St. Louis. Come on, Pappies. The burnt ends at Pappies, honey.
Yes,
Listen,
yes.
and you better be in line early because they will sell out.
Nathan, happy new year. Nathan is one of my bosses at Banff, at Banff Center. Happy New Year. I'm so excited to come to Banff this year. Oh my God. Fingers crossed if people wear y'all damn masks and get y'all vaccines. I swear to God. Anyway, we should be talking soon. Listen, if you want to come on the show, let me know if you want to come and say hello and bless the people. I know everyone gets really shy until they get on here. So hi Elaine.
Elaine, I
Hi.
can't wait to work with you in Fort Worth. I can't wait. We're gonna tear it up, boo. We're gonna tear it up.
Hear you. And Nathan said I'm the boss. Don't tell a soprano that she's gonna take over. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Exultate.
What's up, y'all?
Hi Len.
Hey,
How are
Kiki. I'm
you?
good. How are you?
I'm good. I am. First of all, I want to say congratulations to all of the things that you have going on. All,
Yes,
all the things
yes.
you have
Thank you.
accomplished before the pandemic, and all of the things that you are doing now. You are lighting the opera world on fire and social media world on fire. Okay, TikTok 10,000. I'll check out all
Yeah,
the
it's
kids. So
it's it's it's
yeah.
been a year. It's been a year, and I don't know if you saw the post I posted a little while ago, and I was thinking back. You know how we all reminisce on the year that we've had. At this point last year, the 2021 that I had was not the 2021 I was looking forward to. So
Mm-hmm.
that's not what I thought was going to be happening. So
Mm-hmm.
if your 2022 is not looking good right now, keep your head up and keep pushing, keep doing the work. keep being prepared, keep doing the work, and things can turn around just like that. And yeah, that's this time last year I was like, okay, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have to start looking at other alternatives, and
Mm.
things just begin to turn. And you know, you spend all these time cultivating these relationships in the industry, and sometimes the vast majority of them are not fruitful. Um, but you never know who is out there fighting on your behalf.
Mm.
You
Mm.
never know. You never know. And things pop up unexpectedly. And if you're doing the work, you're going to be ready. That's Kenny. That was my mantra I got from Kenny. Stay
Yes,
ready so you
indeed.
don't have
Stay
to get
ready.
ready. Yeah.
Hey,
Yes, listen, I posted something on Instagram, a video of my first trovatore that I did at Arizona Opera, and I
Mhm.
was telling everybody this was 2013, and it was right after, of course, 2008, 2009 when everything shut down. Those of us who've been in it, no work. I
Right.
had like one opera gig here, a little thing here, like not a lot, and I had to. When I went to go do the Arizona Opera audition, I was ready because I had sort of been singing and doing things. So when they offered me Tosca last minute and Trovatore in the same year, but
Oh
I,
wow.
I went from like no work, pandemic, lost everything to all my contracts because of the financial thing to like getting on the stage and singing that thing. And it really is true. It's like you have to be ready, stay ready. Okay, listen, somebody's coming and she is a diva, honey.
ah,
Oh,
Hello, family.
oh
Hello,
my goodness.
I've got
diva.
people. I've got people here. I got Kevin Short.
hey, hey, hey.
I
What's
got
up,
people
short?
here. I got Rusty. Here we go.
Right.
Russell.
I got La Cornetti. Hi, Karen.
Hi, come on the show. Oh my God. Hey y'all, how you doing?
All right.
I miss y'all. What are y'all doing? Please tell the people what y'all doing.
We are doing Beethoven 9 on Miami
Oh,
Beach,
oh
and
wow.
some stuff has started right now. We're on the ocean. It's like 140 degrees. Hang
Ooh.
on. Hang on. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Let me get outside here. Let me get outside. Hold on. Hold. Pausa. They're tuning. See, we're
Ah,
outside. Oh shit! They just
wow.
started.
Oh, they
They
just
just
started.
started. They just
Okay.
started.
Okay,
So we
y'all.
gotta go be professionals.
Right.
But I
Okay.
wanted to wish you people a very happy New Year. I'm very
I
excited. I'm
I will
singing with
see
these
you in
two
a couple
gentlemen.
months. In a
Yeah, no,
couple
a
months.
couple of weeks. A couple of weeks. I'll see
Oh,
you February.
yes.
Kenny, I'll see you a little later.
Yes.
Kiki,
Yeah.
I will just see you.
I'm
Like
gonna see
we will
you.
make it happen. I love
Yes.
you all.
I love
Be
you.
safe. Don't get the Rona.
I won't. Listen, I'm fighting her. Tell everybody I
Bye.
love them. All right. Talk
Bye.
soon.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that's so
Oh,
cool.
I would love to hear that Kevin Short with that overall. I know he's gonna kill that.
I know they are hollering. The kids are not ready. The people better buckle the seatbelt.
Okay. Hold
Yeah.
your wig. Hold your wig.
Hold you. Yeah, exactly. But let me we cut you off. We cut you off.
Oh,
But
but
just
no. I mean, since Elaine came on, I'm so excited. I'm going to get to share the stage with her in February. Well, actually, March is when the show mounts. But
What's the
rehearsals start
show?
February. We're going to be doing Otello together.
Ooh.
Yes.
what?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Out
Wow.
in California, Livermore Valley Opera. We'll be doing Otello,
Nice.
and I'm so looking forward to that. So looking forward to it.
I know y'all gonna set the
That's gonna
stage
be
on
beautiful.
fire. I know. Mm-mm-mm. So we're gonna sing. Lemmy and I are gonna sing together.
Yes,
When,
I'm going to
where,
be making
what?
I'm going to be making my debut with Fort Worth Opera in February on their Night of Black Excellence concert, and Kiki and I are going to be doing some ballo. I'm
Ooh.
so excited.
I'm so excited. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I cannot wait. That is like a dream come true. So We're gonna holler. We're just gonna
Scream it out, folks. Scream it out. Scream it out.
Yes,
That's why I told him
but you know,
when we were
Lemmy,
submitting our repertoire, I submitted repertoire, and at the end I said, "And anything you want me to sing with La Slack."
yeah, and it's funny because you know I felt bad because Michelle submitted Teco Ioso too, and I was like, I wanted to sing it, and I was like, okay, I'm curating, so I'm gonna put my name on it. I'm singing it. But Michelle is my girl, so I love her. So I was like, I'm just gonna go ahead and just, you know, I'm not gonna advocate today. I'm gonna take the space today.
Sometimes you gotta do it. Sometimes you gotta do it.
Exactly. So you know what, Lemmy, I want you to tell the people a little bit about your background and your story a little bit. Because you know, everyone knows you, who knows you from like your Vesti La Juga and your like social media presence and all of the things. But you know, how did you get into
You know,
opera?
I got introduced to opera as a teenager, late teenager. I was a junior in high school when my choral director introduced me to opera, and it changed it just changed everything for me. At that point, I decided I wanted to go to school to study voice, and ended up at Oberlin, studying with the renowned Richard Miller there, and it's such a life-changing experience to study with him. And after Oberlin, I started to hit the audition circuit and whatnot, and but I quickly became kind of disenchanted with the industry due to a number of things. I lost the drive after my grandmother passed away. I just didn't feel like singing anymore. And I always told myself, if it ever stops being fun, I'm going to do something else. So I did. I left the industry and thought maybe, I'll take a year or two off, maybe. And it ended up being over 10 years. And in that time span, I did a number of different jobs. I worked as a bodyguard in the entertainment industry. Worked for, concert promoters, Clear Channel, Live Nation. Started my own security firm in St. Louis, and then was also at the same time dabbling in politics and whatnot during that time. And it was the politics that led me back to singing. As I was working on the 2007 Obama campaign, I got roped into singing the national anthem. And it was during that time that I noticed some changes in my voice and was like, oh, this voice is a little bit more interesting than I remember. And so after the campaign, I started working on my own. I studied on my own for about a year and a half. I had all of my my videotapes for my lessons at Oberlin. And I went from the very beginning to the end of the tapes I had and studied with them. And after that, I reached out to a friend in Memphis. And I said, I think I need a teacher. Do you know anybody who's teaching? And she was also kind of a disciple of Miller's school of teaching. I had worked with him and done some research with him. And she said, well, I'm teaching and I'm here in Memphis, which is only an hour and a half away from me. So I started studying with her, Sandra Franks. And I studied with her for about a year until she finally said one day in a lesson, she says, look, are you just going to keep taking these lessons, or are you actually going to get out and do something? And I said, well, do you think I'm ready? And she said, yes, I think you're ready, and you need to start doing something and do it soon. Little did I know she had entered me into the National Opera Association competition, which that year the conference was going to be in Memphis. I went in and I sang for the judges, one of which was Felicia Weathers, the great soprano. Mm-hmm. And that was a day that I will never forget, because I actually ended up singing all 5 of the arias on my list in the competition. They asked I sang my first choice. They asked for the second choice, and then a third and a fourth. And then at the end, Miss Weathers was like, oh, why not? Why don't you just sing the Wagner too? And so I sang all 5 arias, walked off stage, and the other contestants were all standing there looking at me and said, "Well, we know who won this competition."
Ah,
Period.
Yeah, so it was, that kind of kicked it off for me. And I began to post things on social media, YouTube, just little rehearsal clips that I was doing on my own. And people started seeing them. And one of the first people who reached out to me after I posted what now I look back and I say, oh, this was a horrible clip. But one of the first people to reach out to me was Morris Robinson. And I had not met Morris at the time, but I got a message on my YouTube channel. And he says, "Hi, you do not know me, but my name is Morris Robinson. I sing at the Met and all over, major houses all over the world. I'm currently sitting in the cafeteria at the Metropolitan Opera right now and he listed off a list of names that included Larry Brownlee, Victoria Livingood, and so many other people who were there with him at the time. And he said, we're all sitting here and I'm playing your videos for them. And we just wanted to send you a quick message to encourage you and tell you to keep working, keep pushing. Your voice is needed, and, don't give up." And that changed so much for me to have someone of Morris's caliber to take the time to reach out and say, "I see you. We see the work you're doing. It's going to pay off. Keep it up." To have Morris and Larry and eventually to meet people like Kenny and to meet you when I was offered an opportunity to sing with the American Spiritual Ensemble, and to slowly begin to start to build this village that over these years I've been able to reach out to at times to get advice, a text message here or there, an email. And I can tell you all, I have never reached out to Kenny or Karen and them not respond. And that meant so much to me because I knew they were busy. But they would always take the time to respond. And I'm sure they're like that with just about anybody who reaches out to them. But, social media for me is what kind of got me back on stage. I use that social media.
when you use it right, it can work.
Yes.
When you use it right.
Yeah.
I started putting little clips out here and there. And then a friend of mine I'd gone to school with one day reached out to me and said, "Would you mind if I share a clip of your clips with my husband? He runs a small opera company in Washington State. And I think they would like to hear you." And I said, "Sure, why not?" We were old friends. I was like, "Just play it for him. I don't care." That's why I put it out there. And 2 days later, I had an offer to sing Canio and Pagliacci for the first time with Vashon Opera. And that was my first opportunity to get back on stage. I'd been told numerous times, "Oh, nobody's going to hire you. Nobody's going to, being a person of size, you hear that all the time. Nobody's going to want to hire you. You have to you need to lose weight. You have to do, nobody's going to believe you on stage, blah, 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 blah." That's all hogwash.
Yeah. When you got the good. Yep.
And I never let, there was a time where I used to let those comments bother me. But then I started to take control of the narrative myself. And instead of waiting for someone else to bring it up, I started initiating the conversation, putting people on the defenses as opposed to them putting me on the defense and being like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to have this discussion again." I would be upfront. Okay, I'm not here to waste my time.
Right.
My
time is worth too much to waste. So if you're
listen,
not even going to...
How dare somebody in the industry say you're not going to be believable? Skinny people aren't the only people who feel and experience love. Skinny people aren't the only people who get cheated on and exact revenge on those people. Skinny people aren't the only ones that get to feel stuff and do stuff. Get out of here.
People of size love. They have feelings. They know how to express those feelings. And, there's no book that says that only people of a certain size can express love or heartbreak or whatever may be asked of us on stage.
I mean, could you imagine a world without Caballé? Could you imagine a world without Jesse Norman? Could you imagine a world without Pavarotti? I mean, get out of here, people. with that foolishness.
And this is
Yeah.
perfect timing from my
So
girl.
what did it? The one thing that did it for me was when I got an email from an administrator who wrote me back and said, you have one of the most moving voices I've ever heard, but I'm not going to give you a live audition until you lose 50 pounds. That was the game changer for me. And from that point on, I was like, no, we're not dealing with this anymore. You're not going to talk to me this way.
And keep waiting.
Yes.
Great.
So bring on Miss Lexi. Come on.
Come on, Miss Lexi. Listen, this soprano right here is somebody that I have been a fan of, that I consider a friend. I remember hearing Lexi and I was like, holy shit, like this girl is
The girl sings, honey. She sings.
She sings down. And she's someone who also as well has struggled with all of the things that we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
Has an amazing story, and you have to come on and have your own Kiki combos. But I when I saw you on there, I said, no, this girl is coming up on here, put the lipstick on and wash the hair and come on. Lexi Lo Bianco, girl.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me.
Love me some Lex, baby.
I am huge fans of every single person on this screen right now. Huge. Insane fans. Love y'all. Seriously. It's insane. This conversation means so much to me to hear you guys talk about the realities of being a person of size in the industry. Because I've lost, I've gained, I've lost, I've gained, I've lost, I've gained, I've lost, I've gained so much weight in the past 2 decades of being in the industry. And but the thing is if you've got the goods, people pay attention.
Yeah.
People pay attention.
They sure do.
Can you do the job?
Yep.
Can you do the job? Can you deliver on stage? Because God knows we all know heartbreak.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Absolutely.
Feel.
Hello, somebody.
And you're somebody whose voice is a dramatic voice, like Lemmy's, and you're someone who, when singers talk about, oh, my voice is this, oh, my voice is that, when you put yourself in boxes, or people put you in boxes, and or the idea that when you get to a certain age, all of a sudden now the voice is and can and be and do, but when you've always had a voice of a certain significance, just speak a little bit about that and your journey a little bit, because I think it's important for everybody, not just singers, to understand the trajectory.
Oh God. So I started as a mezzo. And I started as a mezzo. I was singing in the chorus at Opera Carolina for years. And then I met my mentor. Sorry. Moment. My mentor passed today. So
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, honey, sending love to you.
Thank you. My mentor met me and she said, after one scale, she looked at me and said, well, number 1, you're using a third of your voice. Number 2, you're a soprano. I like to say that we fought about that for the next 3 years. It's probably that we fought about it for the next 5. And it wasn't until she had me and go and coach with my first coach, Nico Castell.
Come on, Neeks.
My first coach, who I was like, it's Nico. I don't know. It's Nico. It's Carol's next door neighbor. I don't know. I'm stupid. Whatever, singer. I didn't get it. And I go in and I sing Cavalleria on purpose because he's going to tell me I'm a dramatic mezzo. And he looks at me after I sing Voi lo sapete and he says, my dear, you understand. There are no 26-year-old dramatic sopranos, but you are very, very close. I kid you not. He said, what else do you have? We worked on Cavalleria. And I brought in Tosca. I was 26 years old singing Tosca.
Wow.
Visitarte. Because it was easy for me.
Mm.
And he says, what else do you have? And I'm singing in the chorus. He says, no, you stand in front.
Mm-hmm.
This is the voice that stands in front.
Take your place, honey. Take your place.
Yeah. So between that and then I sang at 26. I sang my first Sieglinde in in Valkyra, and it was a stage production, but with piano, so it was safe. It was the right place. It was the right time, fully staged. But I was 26. Who sings Sieglinde at 26 years old?
Right.
Lexi
I
LoBianco,
don't
that's who.
consider the start of my career till I was in my early 30s. And that was after I had spent the next 5 years really tooling and learning my technique. I spent time. I didn't do the young artist programs. I kind of skipped over them. I learned my technique. I built and honed the foundation for a career, not to be a flash in the pan. I'm now in my mid 40s, and I started with Trovatore. That was my debut, what I consider my debut as a soprano. And then I had Turandot. I was singing Turandot in my early 30s, and it was a piece of cake for me.
Wow.
I've been singing it for over a decade, and I've never lost love for it because it won me a bunch of competition. Let me, similar to you, I would walk in and go, let's start with Turandot, and they would go, what? and I would finish, and they would go, holy shit, where'd you come from?
Right.
I love that sentence right there. Where'd you come from? Or where have you been? Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd you come from? Years of study. Years of busting my butt, sitting in the studio with my teacher, sitting in on other people's lessons, traveling back and forth to New York, busting my tail to learn a technique that will last me for the rest of my life.
And now that you are so brilliantly passing on to other singers through your teaching, talk about how the teaching bug got on you.
Well, Carol, she kind of said it's time for you to start teaching. She kind of foisted it on me. I've always taught. I was a teaching artist for years. Between the time I switched from mezzo to soprano, it was how I made my money, how I made my living, was being a teaching artist and educating kids and being passionate about what I do. And I was a stagehand. I was a director. I've been an assistant stage manager. I've been a stage manager. I've run cable at 2:00 in the morning, and I know what it's like to do a load in and a load out. Because it's hard work, and I wanted to learn everything I could.
Keep preaching. I hope y'all are listening out there. Keep preaching, Lex. Go on.
So, and then when she said it's time for you to start teaching, it was after I had spent years at her side asking questions and learning and being apprenticed to teach and really understanding what it meant to teach, and not teach my technique about my voice, but teach a technique for the person that was in front of me. Because everyone else's voice is different. Yes, we have the same parts. Yes, the basic function is different, but how thick my chords are versus how thick someone else's chords are, how someone else's functionality differs from mine is based on their anatomy, and I can't put prejudice of my own functionality on somebody else.
Listen, I'm about to sign up for a lesson, okay?
Do you have any spots available at the top of 22?
Right, exactly. No, but Lexi, you know that I love that, and I know you have a very active performing schedule. You have a very active teaching schedule at the same time as you are now a producer, and you have to speak about that because we all have multiple streams of income now because we always know that one. We can't rely just on that one. Yes.
It's been insane. I mean, Nick and I started Valhalla Media, and now we've moved into Eris as well. And so we're not only producing operas and just filming for companies and whatnot and for individuals, we're also now providing a network for companies and people to put out their products. And so it's not Vimeo, and it's more protected than Eventbrite, and it's all the other, and it's specifically designed for the arts community. And so we're doing this and it's for the arts community, and it's for artists, not just not just producing companies, but individuals, so that it's compatible for our lives. And if you want to do something special, like if you've got past catalog, Kenny, with the Black Opera Alliance, I mean, come on, let's put the movie on our page. Let's get it monetized. Let's get it out there so people can see it. Not just putting it out there for no fee, but it's worthwhile. It's worth paying money for. I'm sorry.
Yes, and we have to speak. And Sean,
Hi, Sean.
yes, hi, Sean. And he, I remember he said, she and Nick were vital to the success of Two Black Churches. That filming of that piece, particularly at the time we were all home, was transformative in so many ways. How did it come about, that collaboration?
So one of my students happens to be connected to Will, and and she said, Will's going to be in town filming, recording his new album, and we were looking for the right way to start our company. We were looking for the right way because it couldn't be about us. It had to be about the greater good. It had to be about so much more than just Nick and I. And so she told me about Will doing the recording, and Sean being around, and Paul being there, and them coming in. And so we reached out and said, would you want to get a shot at this in a live recital? And they said yes. And it turned out that the recording of the album actually was canceled. So this was their practice run at the whole album before he recorded it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what happened was we rented out the Studebaker here in Chicago, and we filmed. We were a brand new company. It was our first opportunity to show what we were doing, and it was live. I was the only person in the theater that night, and let me tell you, I was a mess. I was an absolute wreck the whole night. And then the next night we did a production. We live streamed a production of Hansel and Gretel the next night from the Studebaker as well. And we had Emily Fons and Emily Polgarelts. It was an insane cast. Alan Glassman.
Wow.
Hey,
Alan. Legend. Yeah.
G for real right there.
Annie Rosen. And Eric frickin' Weimer as our orchestra.
Wow. See, we can do it together. We don't need the fancy schmancy, hot, big ticket, whatever.
Right? But it's also a huge message to the industry at large that singers are not monolithic. Singers can do more than just sing. Stop putting us in this box like, oh, you're just a singer. Oh, you're just a singer. Get that stigma off of you. Get that stigma off of the industry at large. We can do more. If y'all let a conductor be an artistic director of a company and then conduct 5 different orchestras across the globe and then do this and do that, then singers can do other stuff too. Let us mind our business and make our coins. If the penny has taught us anything, it's that.
Absolutely. And ask and be curious. Be curious. And it, well, listen, we could talk about all that forever. Forever. But
so much.
Yes. Hey, Damien Jeter. It's like, hey, friends. Hey.
Jeter.
Yes, it's so funny. I talked to both Will and Sean today, separately, about some other things. They were just, so again, it's about that community of like, I need help doing this, or I need your advice about this, and that reach out to pick up the phone. And I think we're all doing a lot more of that, than ever before, in a way, because we have to. It's out of necessity, sharing, opportunity, sharing context, networking, sharing, fee things, and all kinds of stuff like that, projects, because Lexi, I was in Portland singing our Tosca, and she was like, I need to talk to you about something, and it was just something, it was about another project. So it was just this interesting, like,
Can I just say how scary it is though for us as individuals to ask for help?
Mm-hmm.
That's a new scary world for a lot of us, because many of us were taught for so long that we had to just do it ourselves.
Right.
Asking for help is very vulnerable and really scary.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? If you never ask, the answer is always no.
No. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I was just talking to Kenny. We were texting back and forth about something yesterday. And
Yep.
it's just this whole yeah, it is true. And I said, I made a commitment to myself. I posted something today about be taking care of myself more, this year than I have been doing in the last 2 years, as I was doing a lot of work for other people. A part of that was my health. A part of that was, other things, but also the part of that was you know what, Karen, this is your career. So if you want to do something, then you ask. Yes, of course you have your managers, you have you have your connections to your people, but take the thing that you built and start using it for yourself. And so that's really something that I'm going to do this year. So some people on here get a call.
Right? All right, so is Pebble still on here? Because if Will don't try and beat me up, I'm gonna need you to write something for me. I'm gonna just say that out loud.
Oh, Damien.
I'm gonna just say that out loud, Sean.
Sean said yes.
Well, he needs to take a break for writing for these baritones and write something for this tenor.
Back up, Lim. Back up.
Sopranos.
Sopranos, right? I told Sean, I said, I love this piece, but I'm gonna need you to raise the key. I know Will says, well, I told Will, I was like, you killed this piece, but I'm about to slay it in my key.
Listen, I told Will, meet me outside of Lincoln Center. We could box it out. Sean got to write something for me.
Yes, you are, Sean. Yes, you are. You're getting called out.
Yes. He won't change. He won't
Damien
change.
Damien too.
Damien too. That's not true, Damien. And bring your ass on here. Are you in shape to come on, Damien? The kids have to powder their face.
Listen, I'm so excited to finally premiere Damien's piece in May. So excited. The African American Requiem. I'm so excited to premiere that in Portland.
Yes,
Damien, come on here. Because we were supposed to do it in April or May of the original Panny year. And then they rescheduled it. And when they rescheduled it, I wasn't available. And I was in mourning. Totally in mourning, because it's such a great piece. And then that canceled. And then the new date. And then they were like, okay, you back. So I'm excited. May 7th in Portland, baby. It's going down.
Yes, Damien has a number of premieres this year. And you know what? Damien is going to come on. I just sent you the link, Damien. The full, talk about multiple streams. He's a singer. He's a fantastic bass baritone. He's a composer. He wrote a book because he's really smart too.
He's also a cocktail aficionado. What?
And don't he wave his arms a little bit? Don't he?
Yes.
I mean, listen, he's my opera husband. So there you go. Because we work together in Portland. So I'm always like, Damien. I'm always bitching and moaning all the time, as he knows, sending him and a text message like, I need to talk to you right now, as he's composing in operas. And I'm like, drop that. I need to talk to you right now. So he's going to come on. So let me, was there something this year in the pop world? Okay, Damien's here now, but I want to talk hot topics too. We got to talk about stuff too.
Let's get to them. We'll come back to that.
Okay. All right. Damien.
Mr. Jeter.
Oh. Happy New Year. Almost.
Happy New Year.
Yes, God.
What y'all talking about?
Well,
we were talking about you.
Oh, okay. I'm chopping up Brussels sprouts.
Oh, come on. Tomorrow is tomorrow's the start date.
For Brussels sprouts?
No, we're drinking right now.
We're drinking right now.
Oh,
Unless they're soaked in red wine, put them away.
Give me 1 second. I got some wine.
Okay, and I know Lexi is a connoisseur of the fine spirits.
I'm gonna drink it right out this bottle.
Okay,
And Lexi, we got to go hat shopping when you're in New York again, girl.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
you know I love a hat. Come on.
Cheers, Damien.
Oh, Sean calling you out, Damien.
I know he is. That's okay. Save your coin, Sean, because I'm coming back to Chicago. So.
Okay, save up. So Damien,
yes, he is.
Yes. So Damien, I was telling the people about you. We were always talking about multiple streams and multiple jobs and multiple talents, and I was saying that Damien want A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all of the things, and opera composer, conductor. You wrote books. I mean, please tell the people about Damien Jeter, my opera husband.
Well, I love me some Karen Slack. And actually, I am so glad that we reconnected in the last couple of years. P.S. by the way, because we did ASC a long time ago, and then we talk to each other every once in a while. But then the last couple of years, we really got close, and so I really appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. I love you, Damien.
I love you too. So what you want me to say?
Listen, he's such a blonde, Damien. Sorry, that's probably offensive. You can't say that. Damien will be like, "What was that over there?" I'm like, "Damien, stay focus." Yes, Jesse. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Jesse. Hi, sis.
Yeah. So Damien.
No, but yeah, singing is you have good years, you have bad years. You never know if you're going to have contracts. You never, you just don't know how this is going to work. So you got to be pulling on all talents, especially now if the pandemic has taught us anything. You got to be drawn from all aspects of your artistry, really, as much as you can. And those who are fortunate to be able to sort of stay in that realm it's a blessing. And, I never wrote music for other people to hear. I just sort of did it for myself mostly. And every once in a while I would write something for a friend. And then, people started taking it seriously. And I was like, oh, y'all gonna pay me money to do this? It's kind of how I got into singing, actually. And it just picked up from there. I would say the last 8 years or so, that has been, I never, ever, ever thought I was going to be a composer. Mm-hmm. Never. It was last on the list. if it was even on the list. But, here we are. I'm very privileged to be able to do this, and I feel blessed to be able to do it and to actually have work right now. And just, it means so much. And
Don't be modest. You don't just have work. You have all the work.
Okay. Bookity book solid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed. I heard our paths almost crossed for a little bit. I didn't know until after the fact that you were in Vashon while I was there for Cavalleria.
I was there
working with Jim
for a rehearsal, and Jim invited me to the rehearsal. But I was like, when I got in that bed, I wasn't coming back out.
How many times did we text during that time, Damien?
Oh yes, I was rehearsing for Trouble in Tahiti. Indeed.
Yes.
Oh, I love that opera.
Ooh. Well, okay. So since Sean has to go soon, Primo Devo.
That's gonna write me something.
Oh no, but we all want something written for us, so we got to do the thing, right? We got to appease the maestro. So Damien, we're gonna get back to you, but let me pop culture gossip. Hit it.
Pop culture gossip. Let's see. Who do you want to know about? What do you want to know?
Listen, this year has been.
I'm a little upset because we lost the gym today.
Oh my God!
And Miss Betty White.
I was barely able to get off the couch to come on combos because I've been in mourning.
Exactly. But
I swear to God,
blame.
she and my mentor went together.
I blame social media because they prematurely killed that woman.
What?
They were hyping up this 100th birthday so much that I think they were responsible for her leaving here early.
You know what? I read something today that somebody put in the comments on her Instagram that they better not take her before her 100th birthday or something like that.
Yeah, you have to realize a lot of people like to joke about stuff. You know, oh, I thought she was dead. You know, blah blah blah. You have to realize sometimes you can speak stuff into existence. So you have to be careful what you put out into the universe.
You're right.
So I think when you get all these different hoax things that pop up of celebrities dying and whatnot, and then people turn it into a joke. Go ahead and cheers, Lexi. Cheers.
But isn't it strange though that it always seems to happen at the end of the year where we get this onslaught of
it's this holiday period, which is always a little bit more difficult. When you lose people throughout the holiday period, that's always a little bit more difficult to deal with. But she was one of those people that I believe most people thought would live forever.
Listen, she was still working.
Yes, very active. Very active.
Like, man, you've earned a retirement twice.
5 times. Shoot. 99?
I mean, that could be why she's stayed around so long. Some people, they throw out all that.
Absolutely.
That'll work.
Of course, rest in peace, Betty White. We lost so many people this year. In all of the everything. It was just people were really, really, a lot of the jazz legends were leaving us this year. Just so many people. It's just, I don't know if it's just because we're all we have accessibility to news 24/7 that we realize it, or if it's just like really like people are just, or we're at that age where it's like, oh no, we're like, oh God, no.
I mean, I think anytime, this is gonna sound stupid, but people die all the time, right? But I think that anytime that a celebrity dies, it's kind of a shock, particularly if you're a fan of that person. 2016, it felt like people were dying all the time. So I don't think we've gotten to that level again, but it was like bam, 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 back to back to back to back. But it does feel like that almost every year, though.
Crazy.
I just think that like these people are so iconic, and they are getting older. Cicely Tyson, for example, they're getting older, and so when they pass away, it's like, oh my God.
I know. So speaking of dying, what happened to Kim and Kanye's marriage?
Listen, y'all know he bought a house across the street from her. It's like, sir, she's done with you. Why are you over here?
Why are you across the street?
Why are you stalker, crazy stalker? Just show up on your appointed day to pick up the kids for your time and bounce. Don't move across the street from me.
Did y'all hear this?
She's with Pete Davidson on Staten Island eating hot dogs and pizza. She's over you.
I feel like this is a publicity stunt. I'm not drunk.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, you can never really trust anything when a Kardashian is involved.
No.
Because there's always a side, something going on the side that they're going to benefit from it somehow.
Kris Jenner is staging the whole thing. Come on, Chris. What you got for us, Chris?
Right.
Yeah.
She's got a lot with Khloe and Tristan, so can she be the manager of everybody? Because
listen, Chris, I will slide you a commission. Just do a couple things for me.
Another one of the big stories right now in LA is that the lady who used to be the business manager for the Kardashians, and let's see who else she was for the Kardashians, for Cardi B, and for several other very big name celebrities. They found her murdered in a trunk. In LA, in the trunk of her car.
What?
Last week.
No,
so they have a suspect in custody, but he was, they found him with the car with her in the trunk.
Not in the trunk.
Yes, in the trunk.
What the hell?
With the candlestick?
Okay, come on, Colonel Mustard. I mean, are you serious? Are you that sloppy boots like that?
Ask Tristan Thompson. Yeah, people are sloppy boots.
Listen, okay, panel. Have y'all ever been that sprung on somebody that you go back and back and back after they do you wrong in public so many times? Like, he done had like more than one baby on her during the time they were together. I mean, he's handsome and all, but Khloe, come on.
Yeah.
You can get another man.
Sometimes it's not about the face.
Oh.
Oops.
Mm.
No. and
Rinashe.
it's already 11:24, so it's perfect
You
time.
saw little Igor.
Listen, it's so many basketball players. Surely there's another man with just more than a face.
I'm not speaking from personal.
I mean,
like that.
Oh, that is funny.
I mean, really, because every time I hear about Chloe going back to him or thinking about going back to him, or she's brokenhearted again because he done cheated again, I'm like, girl, I'm out of sympathy cards.
Well, yeah, poor Chloe is the poor her sister. So
is she? What's the other one's name?
Courtney.
Courtney, Kate?
Courtney, Kim, Chloe.
And then you have the two younger girls.
Tomasa said that don't matter. Sometimes.
Once upon a time.
Does it make you stupid though?
Sometimes. But I'm married, so I'm out of the game. So. But sometimes even when you marry, you be like, okay,
baby. we can find you somebody, Kiki, and your Robbie can make you some coins.
Listen, OnlyFans. What? Check this out. So I got an application for OnlyFans. Somebody submitted my. I don't know who it was. Submitted my email.
Can we pause? Can we pause for just one moment? Royalty has entered the room in the form of Miss Aprile Milo.
Okay.
Good evening, Madame Milo.
We bow down in all due reverence to the diva.
Aprile, do you want to come on and say hi to us? Let me know. I'll send you the link.
La mamma morta.
Okay.
Yes.
I listened to her Aida just yesterday, actually.
Quintus, listen, that Aida is outrageously gorgeous.
It's amazing.
The
I hope she won't mind me sharing this, but I had an opportunity to have a chat with Ms. Milo recently, a video chat, and she kind of sprung at him and asked me to sing, and it turned into kind of an impromptu coaching, and that impromptu coaching turned into us singing the Act 1 duet from Otello together via Skype. And I have to tell you, that was a moment for me.
Wow.
To have her sitting there and pouring this knowledge into me on this role, and then to give back and share those golden chords.
Yes.
Blown away. I'm done.
That's amazing.
Oh, no coaching.
No, that was Miss Milo. That was a coaching, because I learned so much in the short time that we got to discuss and talk. It was more than a coaching, really. It was a lesson, a coaching, and everything all wrapped up into one. And I cannot thank you for being so generous with your time, and for just giving a little time to chat with little old me.
Okay. Oh, listen. I mean, when Aprile came on the show, when she said yes, I'll come, and I was just like, wait a minute, I don't know what and I texted Kenny like, oh my god, you know. But even that she even knew who I was or anything like that. I mean, Happy New Year, and you have to. Oh my goodness. Well, now that Lord knows, we'll all be able to be together at some point. We'll be able to connect in person.
So right before the panty, I had the pleasure of seeing Miss Milo in recital at Carnegie Hall. Outrageously stunning. Like, it was like no time had passed. This woman came on the stage and enveloped us in such beautiful artistry. It was incredible. And then she sang the third act duet from Aida with Kevin Short. And it was it was like the 80s and 90s all over again. It's like,
you remember I shot my shot on your show, Karen.
You sure did.
and I am willing that to happen in 2022.
Yes,
to be able to share the stage with Ms. Milo.
Come on, universe. Come on, universe.
I
Yes.
about to stick it to that.
Listen, for real.
The finale of Andrea Chenier.
Oh,
yes.
Stupid.
Listen, when VHS tapes were still a thing,
Warm out.
wore those things out watching Aprile Milo
Warm
sing at that Met Gala with that beautiful gold bolero jacket and that
Yes.
long
Yes.
black dress with the train on the end, and she sang La Mama Morta,
Oh.
honey, honey, honey.
Okay, the final chest voice. It's the icon of iconic moments for me of. Oh my God! Stop it! Oh!
Absolutely. I used to stare at Aprile's hands, her fingernails. She had the long, the red, the burgundy, as we call Lincoln Park in the dark color. And I mean, just the hands are so expressive. Anyway, we could talk about you forever, Aprile, and you don't want to come on, but that's okay. My heart is not hurting. It's okay. Next time.
Listen, if the industry was real smart and they needed to make some money, you need to present Aprile Milo and the legends of that ilk that can still sing out here. Like the audiences love them and miss them and crave them, and they crave them for a reason because they give us the real deal.
Absolutely. And teach how really the sounds, the bel canto, the old school, the all of the things, so that we're not getting microwave dinners, but we're getting real delicious meals, that take time to cook.
Lobster.
And you get all of the seasonings, all of the everything.
The filet mignon, honey.
Yes, Aprile soon. Steve, do you want to come on? Steve Wallace. You guys know Steve?
Only through Facebook. Bring him on.
Look who's here.
Penny.
No,
that's Rudy. Okay.
It's Rudy. Hi, Rudy.
That's my boy. Rain is over here. Let me show her.
Rain's over there. I'm
Is Penny on her throne?
Okay, the composer in the house.
Jesse.
Do you want to come on or what? What is happening, Rudy? The people are saying hello to you.
Yes, you need to get some of these composers up here.
I know, Steve and Jesse. Y'all, let me know. Love you, Sean. Talk soon. Yeah.
Bye, Sean.
Happy New Year, Sean.
Bye, Sean. Get busy on my piece.
Mine first.
Steve, I'm going to send you a link.
Back up, Lemmy.
Y'all know Penny is ready to fight at all times.
At all times. I keep telling people I sing opera for a living, but he's from North Philly, and we fight.
And beware. Oh, she's in her jammies.
So what else is going on in Hot Topics? Because y'all know he's a Hot Topic person, watcher.
What else?
Wait, did y'all see that video of Tammy from the Real World way back in the day? I laughed. First of all, it was sad, but I laughed for about 35 minutes when she pulled that cigarette out her mouth. And she was like, and you don't say it either.
Well, yeah, they were saying the N-word, right? Child.
Yes. Everybody was like coming from like all different ways. And nobody was getting the point. I don't know if it's like how they edited. I don't know how long the conversation was, but it was like, N-word here. N-word here.
Crazy.
Black colored people here. I'm like, oh my God. And Tammy is hilarious.
Bonnet and everything.
Yes.
Bonnet, long cigarette. You don't say it either.
Right. When you see that coming your way, you better.
And she was real calm at first. She was like, I'm just saying that, you shouldn't say that. You should maybe say the N-word and, stuff like that. And he was like, well, he was saying it to me too. And she was like, he was not saying it to you. And then he just kept going. And she was like, well, what you don't understand. I was like, oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Tammy is wild. Yes. And so New York. What part of New York is she from?
Oh, I don't know.
She feels like Brooklyn or Bronx. I don't know. I get that energy from her.
Yeah. That Virginia Slim, yes.
Yeah.
So what does the panel feel about the reconnection of Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez? Are we for it, or is it going to happen? Are they going to get down the aisle and make it this time? Do we think it's too short between the breakup between her and Alex? Talk to me, folks.
It won't last. It won't last.
It won't last.
The rebound.
No,
Matter how
I actually think it's probably just a publicity thing for an upcoming film that one of them has.
Somebody got a movie coming out?
I'm waiting on the announcement to drop, but I think it's probably. I don't think it's real.
You know what? Is it gonna last? I don't know. But you know, they grown. They can do whatever. They can have sex all the time.
Mhm.
Can I say that on the show?
But didn't he? Yeah, you sure can. But didn't he dog his ex? Somebody he
Yes,
thinking?
Yeah,
Jennifer Garner.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
The ex
trash.
and the children. He blamed it on Jennifer and the kids. I went back to drinking and smoking and drugging because of them.
Wow.
why do you do
He
that?
felt trapped.
He felt trapped.
He's trash. He felt trapped.
In the marriage, with her.
Okay. And so he's free with Jen. Okay.
But how
he
come?
blames that for what his reason for starting drinking and whatnot again, because he felt trapped in that marriage.
because none of them have any money.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Now, for me, the time and space between when she and A-Rod broke up to when she and Ben announced they were together, for me, is too short.
Sorry.
That says to me that either something was going on while you were still with A-Rod,
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
because it wasn't a week.
It wasn't a week?
No,
Oh.
I don't understand.
Well, maybe there's parts of it that we don't know.
I mean, we all know there's public versus private.
When someone says I drink and drug because of you and the kids, it's all I need to know, sir. You told me all that I need to know. Thank you.
And Stevie J and Faith are getting divorced.
Oh.
Terrible.
But he was going on social media like talking about how horrible she was and how she slept with all these people in their bed. I'm like, oh my God, you of all people.
And she said she found out via Instagram, like we found out that he was filing.
Wow. That's what happens when you got too much money.
And when you put all your business on social media, like some stuff is just supposed to be between you and God.
Right.
Well, yeah. Well,
And your pet.
right.
Because I know Penny knows a lot.
So,
Excuse
what do
me.
you all think about the?
Come on, Pen.
Where's Pen? Come on, Pen.
Have you all been following the Dr. Dre divorce
Yes.
case?
No, what happened with that?
His wife just won $100 million settlement
Oh, that's right.
for their.
And that ain't nothing but a drop in the bucket for him.
No, that's why it was done, because it was just like, it's like, okay, I can write that check right now.
Wait, $100 million?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
How would you like that? Big bills or small?
Right.
I want it in Harriet Tubman 20s, all of them. Count it out.
100 million. And she got the cars. She got the car, the house, or something.
The house, the cars. She got it. She got a lot of stuff, but that 100 million was the big.
But that ain't nothing compared to what
that's nothing what she was trying to get.
Miss Amazon. Didn't Miss Amazon get a lot more?
Oh
She
yeah.
did.
That's a whole nother.
And Miss Amazon has actually given a lot of that to charity.
Mm-hmm.
She's used a lot of that for her philanthropic work.
Hey, Miss Amazon.
Tax deduction.
Wow.
Speaking of Mr. Amazon, would y'all go up into the space?
No.
If you ain't have to pay for it, if you didn't have to pay for it, would you take the trip?
Yeah.
I would.
You would, Lex? Why would you do it?
Honestly, because I'm a bit of a Star Trek nerd, and I've always wanted to go into space since I was little. I grew up in Florida, so space camp was a thing, and so going out into that other world is fascinating to me, and I think it would force me to think beyond my own humanity in a way that I haven't ever thought about it before.
I think doing it, I have a sister who works for NASA, so I've been obsessed with space travel since I was a kid. My room was decorated and all the Challenger stuff when I was growing up. And
you would go?
I would go.
Cool.
I think one, it would give us a different perspective on the planet that we live on, and show us just how fragile and small it is in the big scheme of things, and maybe make us take better care of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not going, but today.
I'll take pictures for you then.
Okay, babe,
If they could
Lemmy
guarantee
and I
that,
will go for us. That's fine.
okay.
Lemmy and I
if
will
they
go.
could guarantee that none would blow up, I wouldn't like go into a black hole and things like this. I would do it, but I can't do that.
Mm-mm.
I'm not going.
I mean, you got to think Elon's, space phallus has gone up a couple times and hasn't blown up yet.
Yes.
So maybe
Yeah.
Lexi and I could go and do the first outer space operatic concert together.
Yes.
Okay.
But it ain't no air
I'm
out there.
there.
How y'all gonna breathe? Y'all can't. How you gonna breathe? Ain't no air.
It'll be all right. Let me introduce my friend, my new friend. Now he doesn't know he's my friend, but I told him he's
Oh,
my
really?
friend. Because y'all know how I do. I snatch people and like we're gonna be friends. We have not met, but I am such a fan of Steve Wallace's work. Now he works with all of the hit makers, the movers and shakers. He's in opera, he's in hip hop, he's in pop, and he sings down, honey.
Come on.
Thank you.
Steve.
What's up, Steve?
How y'all
Doing,
doing?
Steve?
Good,
I'm
good.
doing all right. I'm blessed to be here. Y'all can hear me okay?
Hear you
Yeah.
just fine. Hear you just fine.
Yeah. All right. Just wanted to check. I was using these earbuds and I wasn't sure if the microphone was as good as I wanted to be. Pittsburgh right now with my family. We've been on like the holiday award tour here. You know, we went to Chicago, which where I'm from originally, and then just driving back and stopping everywhere we can and just chilling and stuff, you know.
That is amazing. So you're in Pittsburgh now. You're a Pennsylvanian.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm from Chicago.
Chicago, but you live in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. So tell people.
I live in New York actually. We were on the way back to New York, and I didn't want to be driving at midnight on New Year's Eve. That's what happened.
Right. Perfect.
While our dumb
Yeah.
mayor allows the festivities to happen as normal.
Yes.
Really? Wow.
Idiot. He ain't curtail nothing.
Same with Chicago.
Isn't there something we don't know?
No, capitalism as usual, y'all. You know.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I know I need my refill, but tell us a little bit about yourself, Steve Wallace.
Oh my. Well, like I said, I'm from Chicago originally. I made the mistake of auditioning for school as a and meeting Dr. Alphonse Anderson. So me up to opera that I didn't know really existed. That's what started me. And I started, training vocally, and I sang a couple of my first roles. And then listening to operas, I was like, because I was in R&B and hip hop before that, and writing a ton of songs, producing music, or wanting to get into that in high school. And then in college, I started to hear operas, and I heard La Traviata and La Boheme, and I started thinking something like that. Tried it out once when I was like 21, and I finished an opera, and then I was like, okay, I did this. Now I need to know what learn about all these other operas that are out here. So I just kept studying, getting stuff out, and expanding my creativity, and culmination of like who I am. This arm opera for film called How King. And shameless plug, it's on Amazon Prime now, so check it out if you haven't seen it. But I wanted to be able to take this like R&B Black culture side of me and also mix it in with the operatic training, the understanding of like operatic structure, the recitative, and these kind of the orchestrations, and kind of put it all into one package. So to try to bring something in the world, and also to expose people that were not that thought they didn't like opera to something that was structurally opera but didn't fit when you interact with it. Mm-hmm. So that's part of what I do. But I enjoy mixing genres. I still sing and perform, and I write as much as I can. So that's most of me.
That's fantastic, Steve. I love that what you have to offer is so necessary It's especially in this time where the industry had to be forced to let other voices in, and he did. We were on the same project for the Decameron Opera Coalition on the Heroes
That's
Project,
right.
and
That's right.
I didn't even know about the other projects. So when I did my my small contribution to the piece, and then your piece was right after, I think mine.
Yeah.
I was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh my God, y'all got to check that Heroes Project out. It's so dope. It's so, in so many ways. But
Yeah, it's a lot of great work there.
yeah, because you were singing, you sang in it, you composed.
Yeah. I composed and did I did the music production of it as well, and I sang it. So the singing part of it was Aki Samora, who's the artistic director at Opera in the Heights in Texas. I know him back from we met at Opera in Ozarks like years ago.
Oh wow.
He saw Hal King and he immediately called me. He was like, Steve, I got something I want you to do, but let me finish watching Hal King first. It's awesome. And I was like, okay, cool. So he hit me back and he said, I want you to write something for me. And we talked about what the project was and everything. Just the idea of like taking down the former heroes of that America has put up over the years and replacing them with new heroes, ones that live in our neighborhoods, those that stood up for things that we believe in, that haven't gotten the shine. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So we spoke about this guy, Eldrew Stearns, who started the civil rights movement, sit-in movement in Houston, Texas. And I just was really fascinated with his story and just learning more about him. But I did all the demos and stuff, and I wrote all the music, and I sent it to him. And after he heard the demos, he was like, can you just sing the lead role too? We'll fly you in to do this. I was like, yeah, sure. So I was glad to be able to do that, as well as see the whole production come together. So it came together really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so dope.
Mhm.
So what can we look forward to seeing you and hearing you like?
Sure. Yeah. People. Yeah. So I'm talking to a couple of companies about some potential roles in this next coming year.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna say anything for sure yet because I'm not sure if it's happening yet. But you know how it goes.
Right. It is not real
Um,
to the sign on both sides.
yeah. But yeah, other than that, I mean, this last year, I can talk about what I just recently did. I just sang to redo with a local company with with not the camera for New Camerata Opera in New York City, and then what else did I do? I
I
sang with.
missed you. You must have did it on another night because I
You
saw
were
it
there?
when, yes, I saw Indira and Maria
Oh,
Barea.
yeah. I was the other cast.
Darn it.
I have to ask, since you just sang it, I just did Toridu as well. What do you think of that role?
I love to redo, man. I love it. I sang it for the first time way too young. I sang it when I was 22, and in like a piano, like it was in an Italian piano. But once I had sang it that first time, and I kind of butchered the aria and made it through it, But I fell in love with it right then. I was like, I got to do this again. Like, I got to get myself ready to do it. So I did it again with Maryland Lyric in 2014, and that was the first time I did like with full orchestra and everything. I love it. I mean, I just like how it sits for me. Like it's high, but it needs to
Oh,
have the
hi. Yes.
yeah. It needs the girth too. You know what I mean? The
It was
only
different. It was difficult for me because with this, as Kenny called it, the panty. Uh,
uh, uh,
the rehearsal periods are shorter, so I didn't get to really spend a whole lot of time with the score like you would normally get to in a rehearsal period. So the music didn't really
yeah,
grow on me like it normally does. So at the end of it, I was kind of like, "Mm, this is high. I don't know if I want to sing this again."
yeah,
So I don't know
yeah.
where I
It is
stand
high.
on it, but it was definitely. I'm glad I did it, but I don't know if I want to do it again.
Mhm.
So I have a question
So this
about
this is what you do.
Cavalleria for the two of you guys, because I have a dream
Yeah.
doing Cavalleria with a metal band with full orchestra mixed orchestration version of Cavalleria, because I feel it would really work well.
Oh yeah, it's a
A metal
scream fest.
band.
It's metal.
It's a scream fest.
Yes.
That's cool.
I bet Steve can arrange that too.
Right.
Yeah, I could do it. I could do it. Yeah. Bada santut, bada santut, that's Gavin solo. Yeah, that'll work.
And back to like simple like accompaniment with the with the metal. I mean, I'm stupid.
dope.
I don't mind me. I'm stupid. I really think this would work.
That's kind of hot, Lexi.
I know, that sounds dope to me.
Yeah, right. Somebody will produce it. They'll go, wait a minute, I heard about this thing.
Like, so you got all the things, you just go on and do it. You got all the
rock and roll
cameras
band.
and things.
I got all the cameras and things, but I need the orchestra, and I need somebody like Metallica to step up and go, okay, let's do this thing, because they did Metallica S&M, which was brilliant.
That's so funny because I was talking to a friend of mine here who is a heavy metal singer, and he loves opera, and he wanted to do a rock version of Dido and Aeneas.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you saw the thing that Annie Lennox put out. Did you of Dido's Lament?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, absolutely
beautiful.
gorgeous.
It's
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
Lexi, what you should do, you should tweet James Hetfield from Metallica. Tweet him. They love doing stuff with orchestras, which they've done on multiple occasions. So you should probably tweet them and propose that to him.
Okay, done.
Yeah.
Lemmy is the king of social media, so there you go. Boom.
I'm gonna tag you in, Lemmy. Okay.
Tag me,
Done.
please.
Done.
And let Steve get in on that. Steve,
Yes.
when are we? We're gonna meet. We're gonna meet in person.
Yeah, for sure. Where are you based?
Philly.
Are you in New York? Are you in Philly?
No, I'm in Philly.
Cool.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
don't
just come
know.
on down here. But I'm in
Yeah.
New York so much next year, in and out doing so many things. But like Philly is a lot more sane. So
Yeah, I hear that. It's cleaner too.
yes, ma'am.
You know, too
Yes,
dirty
sir.
and too crazy, and it's crazier. And after the pandemic too, it's just like I don't know, more people talking to themselves walking down the street. You know.
Yeah,
It's been.
It's like right here.
Yeah. So I don't want to hold you, Steve, if you gotta run.
It's all good. Yeah, it was good to meet you all.
You too,
I'm definitely
brother.
down
You
for
too.
the heavy metal Cavalleria. That's an interesting idea.
All right, y'all connect. See, that's what we do on Combos. We connect people.
I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all have a happy new year. It's about to be
Yes.
like in 7 minutes or something. So
You
Oh
too.
yes.
You
Happy
too.
New Year.
Happy New
all
Year.
right. All right.
Bye.
Peace.
See you later. He's cool.
Very,
Yeah.
very, very cool. Now, let me see. What am I
I
doing?
can just see Kenny with a whip going, "Skakadavoska, la."
Listen, I'm down. Who has time for pigeonholes? Nobody.
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 Now y'all know who's here.
Oh.
Up, Diva Brown. Diva Brown. Come on in the room, Diva Brown.
I'll just
Yeah.
put the link. Yeah. Hi, Katerina. So good to see you. This is
Oh, hey,
a record.
Katarina.
Hi. Beautiful
Right.
soprano.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. The next. Oh, me. What?
Well, Damien's about to start a cooking show. What are you doing to those Brussels sprouts?
I'm making a little salmon.
So
And some Brussels sprouts. I was gonna make some shrimp, but I ain't feel like cleaning them.
Yes. Callie is still. Hi, Corinthia. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Corinthia, are you okay from that car accident, girl?
What?
Yeah, she had a car accident this last week.
Oh
Oh,
no. Oh no. Diva Brown, I sent you a link. I'm sure she'll be here shortly. Unless she's. Oh, let me get my champagne because
Happy New Year,
Oh, let me
Patrice.
refill my thing.
Michelle.
Oh, Dame Can. That's my girl.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, pianist extraordinaire.
And congratulations on all the stuff and the engagement and all of the stuff, girl. She's tearing it up.
Does she have a Grammy nomination?
Come on, speak it into existence. I don't
Does
know.
she? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Is she on Yannick's Florence Price recording or no?
She'll tell us. I don't know.
Anyway, that girl is the bomb.
She sure is. And you better get off my pianist because I'm gonna fight you.
Listen.
You're gonna get these bows. Yes.
Now, Damien, when are you gonna write something for this group of people on this call right now? I'm just saying.
Hey, I would love to do it, but it can't be until after 25.
Oh, see, he got all the jobs. He can't even talk to y'all till 25.
Right. So that means you need to make the contract now.
Good Lord.
She said, listen, speak it into existence. Okay.
You know it. I told her, I said, I want to hear her play Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto No. 2. I need to hear a Black woman play that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oof.
Michelle, we're gonna make that happen. We're gonna put it into existence. The incoming music director of the New York Philharmonic is gonna bring you to New York to do that. I'm just put it out there.
Okay.
Do you know who that is?
I don't know who it is.
That's gonna be interesting.
That'll be very interesting. Lots of appointments are coming up.
But Maestro Yap, he just didn't fit here. Like it never took off.
Yeah.
New York didn't embrace him.
Because y'all shady. Spoken from a Philly person. All right, I'm gonna get my champagne. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So what were some of you all's favorite operatic moments of the panning? What did y'all enjoy during the panning?
Say that again because you broke up.
Oh, what were some of your favorite operatic moments during the panning?
Well, listening to Lexi sing Tosca, that was one of my highlights for sure.
Listen, Lexi and I did Butterfly together a million years ago, and that voice, I was like, oh.
Listen, I ain't never heard a Tosca sound so easy.
Easy.
I was like, is this an art song? What's going on here?
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. And my favorite part was when she went up to that high C and then all the way down, belting those E's or whatever those notes were. No, A's. What were they?
In Act 3?
Yes. Every night. I'm like, wow. So that was a highlight for me.
I love it. One of mine was seeing my brother Lemmy in that Trovatore in LA on the computer. I had to see it on the computer. But you killed it, bro.
You know, I had a funny story about that. After the production, I was doing a recital in Tennessee, and my phone rang, and it said LA Opera. And so the guy who was driving me, our host was driving, and he goes, "Oh, that's LA Opera calling. You should answer it." I was like, "No, I'll let him leave a message. We'll call him back, whoever it is." And but I ended up answering it, and it turns out it was a fundraising call. So the guy answers the call and goes, "Hi, can I speak with Lemmy Pulliam?" And I was like, "This is he." "Hi, Lemmy. My name is so-and-so, and I'm calling from LA Opera. And, you know, during the pandemic, it's been rough, and we're fundraising and blah, 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 blah. We saw that you were recently, you know, had tickets for Trovatore. What did you think of the production?" And I said, "Well, I enjoyed it." And he goes, "Oh, what was your favorite part about it?" And I said, "Well, being in it." Yeah, I was like, "Being in it?" He goes, "Excuse me?" I was like, "I was the Trovatore." And he was like, oh, okay, now I see you on my screen. I'm so sorry that I bothered you. I was like, it's no big deal. But I ended up making a contribution to make, because he was so nice. I made a contribution. But nice. That was so
You know
funny.
how many companies do that? So many. Like if you buy a ticket because you in it to give to somebody, you on the list.
Yeah, that's what I said. I need to find me a woman that emails me and wants to be around me as much as these opera companies that email me for these solicitations.
Right. When you get the contribution letter before you
before you look at the contract.
Yeah, right. Before you get the yellow, right. Exactly. You're like, really, y'all, for real. Oh my good, they're out there. It's a countdown, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
Not, I
1
don't
minute.
know. Is
Well, I
it?
still got 3 hours, but I'll count down with
I
y'all.
got 1 hour. I got an hour.
You got an hour. Lexi's
Got
got
an hour too. Yeah.
We got like 5 seconds.
I know.
Ooh.
Jesus, what's the countdown?
Uh-oh, the neighborhood fireworks are going off already.
Uh-oh.
Jesus.
I just had something go off too.
Oh, it's like 54. Poor have mercy.
There we go.
I'm trying to turn the TV up.
What are we doing?
Where's Robbie?
Working. He had to work. It's our
Yeah,
first.
20
It's our first
seconds.
New Year's. You know he would be here.
Yeah.
He had to work. He has to work until 5 a.m.
Yay, it's 12 o'clock. Happy
It's
New
12
Year.
o'clock.
Happy New Year
Happy
over
New
there.
Year!
Why they still counting down?
They late.
Cheers.
Yay, 22.
Yes, and I'm sitting here yawning as you child.
Listen, and what did that meme say about this new year? Don't claim shit. Just come inside, quiet, don't touch nothing.
We said that last year, and
But people kept claiming 21. This gonna be my year. This gonna be my year.
People say that every year.
Don't do it anymore.
Right.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, you
y'all.
guys. I have loved being on. I'm gonna bounce for a little while because I've got an hour before my New Year.
Okay, honey.
I love you all. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So good to see you, Lexi.
So good to see you, Lemmy. I can't wait to meet you in person. I know
Yes.
these crazy people
Yes,
as well.
yes.
So, but I have to hug you in person soon. I hope.
Please.
So,
I hope we got to make it happen.
and I need to sing with you. I'm just gonna say that.
Absolutely.
Hello.
Hello. All right, y'all. Love you all.
All right,
All right, baby.
Happy New Year. Bye-bye.
Oh, that was so cool. She hung out the whole time.
Wow.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Everyone sing Happy New Year.
Happy
Where
New
did-
Year, Jim. Afton,
Afton, get on.
bring her on here.
I know, Afton. Are you coming on?
Miss Battle here.
Come on, Law Battle. The other one.
Been on here.
I was like,
Mhm. I started singing Old Lang Syne, and then I was like, oh hell, hey Greg.
I never learned the words to that one.
Well, either people are too drunk or they're crying or
you're making up words to it.
right. But Martin is here. He's-
Adam.
Oh, Rudy, don't be scared. It's okay.
Oh, Lord.
Paging Mrs. Battle. Paging Miss Battle.
Ah,
Did you see Rain? Rain is over here somewhere.
Rain is hey Rain.
Plucking my nerves. Where is she? There she is.
How do you spell it? REIGN?
REYN.
Oh.
Adam, Happy New Year. Oh, Happy New Year, Dave. Oh, so I missed doing this. I really did.
Yeah,
I had
see,
about 30 minutes when I
don't know if
missed
you
it
can
when I
hear it.
first came on. But
I don't know if you can hear it, but one of my favorite sounds in the world is going on in the background right now. And that's my parents praying.
Aww.
So they can't be together for their watch night service. So they're having a virtual watch night service tonight, and they're in their room right now praying. So
oh,
Right at it.
Come on, prayer warriors.
Right.
Listen. You don't have to go, Lem, do you? If you do, please.
no, I'll go in a little bit. But
Yeah.
Y'all know what song I have been listening to on constant repeat this last couple of days is My Soul's Been Anchored in the Lord. But not the spiritual, it's the other one.
oh, my soul.
oh yes.
Yeah.
That was my one gospel hit that I could actually sing because it was in my range.
Right.
And sometimes it's hard to tell the night from day.
Douglas Miller. Yeah.
Yes.
Still the hope that lies within is reassured.
I have been playing that. That
That's
song
like
just blessed me.
my
Hey, Marcia.
Hi.
Oh, Miss Marsha.
Martha is in Texas now, so she's behind.
I'm so late. like
We're on Central Time. Yeah.
sometimes.
You still in 21, girl.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say?
You still in 2021.
No, well, officially yes, but I'm not. I know this. So wait, this is my sister told me this is the champagne that Winston Churchill drank. It's called Paul Roger. So
Okay.
Oh,
happy New Year to everybody on the East Coast.
happy
Well, you
New
can wish me a happy New Year too.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year, girl.
I'm excited.
Oh, okay. Well, let me not jump in and start over talking you guys because you guys
Oh
both
no.
partying.
So tell us what's been going on with Miss Marcia.
Oh, well, I have a recital coming up. I'm kicking off the Spoleto chamber music series
Yeah.
Oh.
in South Carolina with Color Music. So I'm doing a recital there on February 2nd. And I have other big announcements, but I can't talk about it because I haven't signed the contract, but we have letters of intent.
Fabulous. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
So
Wonderful.
I'm so excited for 2022 and it'll be fun.
And your role and comedy debut as What Angelica recently happened.
My
Yes.
role debut back in October. That was awesome. I never thought that I would be asked to sing that role. And I was thinking to myself when they called me, I was like, oh my gosh. It's so funny how it happens in your career because you have like the roles that you want to sing, and then you have the roles that people actually call you to sing.
Right.
Never in a million years thought I would be called to sing Abigail Nabucco. And then
You
of course,
sang that, girl.
She
I
sang that role.
so much, and I auditioned for it, and he actually clapped at the audition, and I was like, did he just clap for me at an audition? So you assume that you have like this list of how you want your life to go and how you want things to flow, and God is like, girl, that list is that list is
So crazy.
yeah, God is like looking at you like whatever, looking at your list like, okay, that's cute. And he's got a completely different concept for your journey. And that's actually what's about to happen in 2022 for me, because I've also again been asked to sing a role that I never thought I'd be asked to sing, but I can't announce it yet. So
Well, when you can, we're going to blow it up. So,
thank you.
yes. And I hope there's somewhere we all can come and see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But everything's virtual now. So, I'm sure companies they share everything now. So,
I hope they will be sharing everything. You look so pretty in your purple.
thank you. This is my color. I was trying to decide what to wear and like, should I go like full on? But I was like, listen, this is like this is a pantsuit, a pants set. So
You're wearing your side swoop braid and your
try to do a little something.
You did good. You did good.
Thank you, Diva. Thank you. My dad is calling. Hold on. I'm let y'all.
Hey, Pops. Happy New Year, Pops.
Right.
Hi, Dad. Everyone says Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I don't look so
Her dad is a real one.
Marshall, did you move to Texas?
No. So, after everything happened last year, I actually flew back here from Brazil.
Right.
And so I'm trying to give myself some light so I can look fast, don't look ashy. And I flew back from Brazil to Austin. And I said this last year on Kikikonversations. I was potty training my 2.5-year-old niece or 2-year-old niece. It was really wonderful. At first it was hard for all of us, right?
Yeah.
Like the rug being snatched from underneath us.
Absolutely.
All of our gigs, everything. So those of you who didn't have 2-year-old nieces or nephews to potty train, you went on and you created platforms for yourself, and you had time to do that, where I was devoted to my family during that period of time for 6 whole months. And then I ended up staying with my parents for a little while, which was great for me, spending that time with my parents. But then Kiki called me and she was like, girl, I have too many gigs. Can you go do this concert up in Minnesota for George Floyd? And I said, said, but Miss Slack, you're calling me to replace you for a concert.
I knew you could do it. I was looking at the rep. I was like, Marsha.
Thank you so much. And it was such a wonderful experience for me because I didn't know how I was going to get all of the stuff that I accumulated during the pandemic back to New York. So I ended up driving to Minnesota. And just the whole experience and singing that beautiful new piece that Anthony Davis, the amazing Pulitzer Prize winning Anthony Davis, wrote for our group. It was me, Rian Davis, Jay Mitchell, and Thomas Cannon. We did that together, along with the gentleman who runs the Lead Society in Minnesota.
Abe.
That's right, Abe. And so we did that concert that you so graciously suggested me for. And then I drove from Minnesota back to New York to my burned out apartment. And I did not move back into my apartment that had suffered from a fire last year. I didn't move back in until September. So when I moved into my apartment, I was literally learning Sport Angelica, moving into my apartment, and packing to go to North Carolina. So wow. It was crazy. 2021 is going to go down in history for everybody, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You know what I want to hear about? I haven't caught up with you, Kenneth, because the last time we saw each other, you were exhausted. we went to see Tosca together at the Met.
Yes.
You were tired, and we had on our masks and everything. And you know what I was wondering? I wanted to hear like what's going on with Black opera, because I was so mesmerized by that whole thing that you were doing, that project last year, and I'm still so excited for what's going to happen with that.
Well, we're turning it into Netflix episodes, like instead of trying to squish everybody's history into a 2-hour film, we're squishing it in, well, we're making them individual episodes. And so we just got finished filming George Shirley's episode, so he's going to be the first one, and it should be out in February, like coming up very, very soon.
It's on Netflix?
Well, we're looking to them to be the distributor. Yes.
Wow.
Fingers crossed.
Oh my God, that's going to be
But those episodes tend to sell better, like streaming services like episodic things as opposed to 2-3 hour things. And plus with society and their lack of attention span, it's like, would you watch an 11-hour film? No. But would you watch 11 episodes of 1 hour? Yes. So that's what we're doing. And then constantly still trying to raise money. I had no idea that it took that much money to make a film like opera. I mean, that's just pennies in comparison to the film world. But yeah, we just did the last bit of filming, which Lemmy was a part of. He woke up the next day after premiering Courtney Carey's latest oratorio. Yes. And Janai Brugger and LaTanya Moore and Chauncey Packer all got up the next day after a late night Porgy and Bess and came and did some filming and talked about the greatness of George Shirley and the fact that he's about to be 87 and he's on his way, I think, to Greensboro Opera to sing Daddy Peter and Porgy and Bess. Like, really, sir? Like, you can sit down and just wear a crown. Like, you've earned that. You've earned that. But he is a pistol. Like, he's just a ball of energy and a light to the world. And so it was great doing this piece on him.
Absolutely.
Right. So had you already spoken about this evening, or the first time you're mentioning that tonight?
It's the first time you got into my business like that tonight.
Marsha. That's why we have Marsha in the house. Yes. I want to say Martin, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Martin comes in from Scotland. Every Kiki conversation, he sets his alarm and he comes on. So
he's still up.
Wow.
Martin is still here.
What time is it there?
It's like 6 o'clock,
like
right?
7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God. He is so faithful. And he had a health issue during the pandemic. And we're just so happy you're here with us, Martin, for real.
Hey, Martin.
Yes.
Cheers to the real ones. Cheers to the real ones.
Okay.
But Kenny, I just want to say congratulations. Fingers crossed for Netflix. That is going to
Yes.
be huge. I'm so proud of you. And I know it was tons of work. I remember when you were doing it last year and I was like, how's it going? You were like, girl, I'm exhausted. It's so much
Listen,
work.
it's why I have gray in my beard.
Right.
Andy, Happy New Year.
Hey, Andy.
Andy.
I get to sing with her this year too, coming. So excited.
Oh,
That woman has one of the most beautiful voices I've ever heard.
very beautiful.
What
Yes.
a beautiful voice.
All wrapped in a beautiful woman. Hello, somebody.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like her
Derek,
mom. Yes.
Amy and Jeter.
Yes, ma'am.
Have we ever met? Did we meet after the first Porgy and Bess that you did at the Met?
We
met.
did.
Briefly.
It was pretty quick. Yeah.
When I see your posts on Facebook, I'm just like, oh my gosh, this guy is just everywhere with all of your composition work and everything. Congratulations. That's
Thank you.
exciting.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And he sings down. So there
Okay. He sings, he acts, he conducts, he does all the stuff.
He administrates.
Administrates. Just sick of him.
Everybody, listen, that long trip to the cemetery, people. I was like, "Ooh, I cannot crack on this note ever."
Right. Any other note but that one.
Any other note but that one. It's become.
Yes.
Like, oh, he's tall and cute. I need to meet him after this show.
You making me blush now.
Oh. Thank you, Savannah. Happy New Year. Yes. Andy, yes, he does. Black, right?
Hey, Tiff.
Hey, Tiffany.
Tiffany.
Dr. Tiffany Renee Jackson.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, we're at 5 hours late. Come here. You
5 hours ahead.
Yeah.
So it's 5:16, Jesus, and he up watching convos.
So listen, he's a real one. Him, Jim.
Ride or die.
Ride or die. Him and Jim. And
Yeah, Jim Lieberthal is a ride or die for all the arts.
yes,
Right.
yes. And Larry, I'm drinking Larry's champagne that he got me from for my Sphinx Award situation. He sent me 2 bottles of Corbel, and this is the second one. So
Come on, Sphinx. Congratulations again for the 1,000th time. Like, that is amazing.
So
Sphinx
well.
Award medal winner.
thank you. That was unexpected for sure.
But well deserved.
Thank you very
Absolutely.
much. And those coins will spin very nicely. I was like, damn, I'm so that's so nice to like get grants and stuff at this age. I was like, yeah.
Development.
Exactly. I was like, okay, thank you very much, all the youngsters.
So tell us about the recital that you have to do in conjunction with the award. Like, when is it? Where is it? Who gonna be like? Tell us.
Can we come?
Oh, can you? Well, if you buy a ticket to the gala, I think
You know he's always ready to get dressed and come.
Right.
You know.
Well, from my understanding, my classes, of course, Michelle Can, pianist extraordinaire, and Randall Gooseby, I think that's how you pronounce his name, who
he
is
plays
like,
down.
oh my God, he's major violin extraordinaire. But anyway, so that's my class, and we are to think that it's a whole day. So we there's an awards ceremony at the Supreme Court where we get our medals from Dame Sotomayor, I think.
Oh, wow.
Right. And then there's like a whole day of festivities at Kennedy Center. And then there's a gala in the evening where we each do a piece. And then we're doing a piece together. We're doing Morgan as our piece together.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
It's
wow.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see your gown too.
Oh, God.
Gowns, lovely gowns.
I haven't decided what color I'm gonna wear. I mean,
Beautiful gowns.
Right? I don't know.
What is it?
I don't know what color I should wear. I have in my mind this image of a black gown, but I don't want to wear a black gown. I want to.
What month?
March.
It's March. Okay, so we coming out of winter and into spring. So you got to give the kids color.
I know. I might have to just give them a whole
Because you look beautiful in
An
purple,
experience.
you look beautiful in orange.
Yes.
You wear fuchsia, Kiki?
Yeah, I've done fuchsia.
What about gold?
I've
Ooh,
done
yes.
gold. I've done gold. I don't, I might have to get that together. I might have to figure. I don't have a lot of time, but yeah, it's gonna be. I represent for the singers. You got all these instrumentalists.
Right.
You have to give them singer kind of like over the top.
Yes. Yes. You got to come. You got to come. Call Kathleen Battle and Denise Graves. They know how to make the audience gasp.
Exactly. Frames and shoulders and
elbows,
the
knees.
breath is still coming in while they're singing.
Okay.
Yes, envelop us with a beautiful satin or silk or something. Give us a good fabric too.
Listen, Karen is so crazy. She made me laugh a couple weeks ago. So we're on a concert together in February. And I was like, I'm coming in with the whole thing. She was like, well, if you come in like this, I got to come in like this. Like, calm down. I was planning on wearing a pantsuit, and here you come.
Exactly. I was going to give them very sleek pantsuit, kind of like a thing. And he's like, I'm going to wear a train. And I'm like, oh, yes. Now I got to.
My mom is still talking about the caftan coat that he wore for the Black Opera Gala.
Listen, I got some stuff y'all ain't even seen that you're not ready for.
Did you ask Kenny where he got that from yet? What did he say? I said,
Custom.
I said, Mommy.
A mess. This year's a lot. It's a very gown heavy year. I need them Sphinx coins, child, because
it's important. It's important. The gown is very important.
Yes, Tiffany, cleavage too, because them politicians gonna be there. So you can help us get some legislation done.
Yeah.
Well, damn, that's a tall order.
Well, that's how I got tickets with police.
Yes. Anyway, yes, there will be all the pictures and all the stuff.
What is the date? Because if I can come, I will come.
March 17.
I could come.
Which is the day? This is the day that I made my Met debut. So it's an interesting day.
It is an interesting day.
It keeps coming up.
Find out how much the tickets are.
Okay.
Don't play. We know it's gonna be pricey, but it will be worth it.
Okay.
It will. We could get a table.
Table. They're like, she sells tables.
Come on, table.
This is going to be in DC.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm actually going to be in DC during that time too. So
listen, that's when I'm in DC at the National Philharmonic. I'm coming.
Well, I'm
everybody's selling tables.
Come on, table, popping bottles.
I'll come.
Come through. Listen, I would love it. I would love the support. I got to tip away from Upper Carolina to come and do this and then tip back, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Michelle, you're doing Aida, right?
Yes,
Michelle Johnson. That's right.
Yes, right. Michelle and I. That's my home girl. So we're.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And with Mark Rucker too. Like really?
Okay.
Like I'm dead.
It's gonna be some singing, honey.
The kids are gonna holler. Okay.
Yes.
I can't say Aida's my favorite role because I always feel like I can't ever stop thinking because this is how my voice is set up and how it's matured, and I can sing it, but it's just like I never have as much fun as when I sing other things. But it's always an honor to sing.
Listen, get in that canoe and go down the Nile, child.
Yeah. Even though, didn't you do an Aida in Austin with Austin Lyric Opera that won an award, Karen?
Yes.
With Isakaya.
Prestigious award for the role.
Yes. I can sing her. It's just that I'll just be like, when we get to Otera Idea, I'm like, Jesus, thank you, God. Made it.
I think all women who've sung that role think the same thing.
Yes. I made it. I can still float that one last B flat. Lord have mercy. Thank you.
Yes. We're all thinking the same thing. So you all just go down there and do your thing.
Thank you. Enjoy. Well, it's always an honor to sing, but Michelle, she's just one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, and so.
And then you get to see the baby, our baby.
Yes, Liza.
Yes.
She's a big girl now.
She is.
Uh-huh.
She is. Yep. Yep. Well, I don't know what y'all thinking about, but I don't want to hold y'all if y'all gonna.
Well, what y'all about to do?
I ain't about to do nothing.
I'm about to like pour me something else
Mm-hmm.
and then wake up tomorrow and hit these 20 scores in front of me calling my name.
Oh my
Okay.
God. Yes, because you're going to have a very, very long and productive 2022, Mr. Overton.
Indeed. Indeed.
I'm
Yes,
giving myself until the second to start to pick
The
up a score.
second.
you
Yeah,
are.
I'm trying to decide if I want to start writing tomorrow or should I just wait till Sunday?
Well, if you're not available till 25, you should have started yesterday.
Listen,
Trust
I
me, he was.
have been working 16 hours a day for the last I don't know how many weeks.
Mercy.
Oh, I know. I keep thinking because I'm yeah.
We should all be so fortunate.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was busy. Damien make me look like I'm lazy.
My made a salted caramel chocolate.
Happy New Year, Tiffany.
Oh,
And happy
Give
New
your
Year.
mom a hug from me too. I love that lady.
And so I might go have another piece of my sister's cake, and we're going to go hang out tomorrow at a store and shop.
Listen, and Omarion is running crazy. I'm not trying to be out on the streets. So
Yeah.
if I'm gonna be inside, I need to be inside
Omarion.
looking at this music.
I got sick with Omarion. By the time they announced Omarion,
You had Omarion?
had it. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to fly here last Thursday, and earlier, and I was sick for 5 whole days, which was much better than the first time I had COVID. And
You had it twice?
yes, I've had it. I think I've had it 3 times actually.
Wow.
Because I think I had it in 2019 before they even knew what it was. Because I was sick for 6.5 weeks from December 15th all the way almost to February of 2020. I was sick, and I didn't know what it was, and nobody knew what it was, and I couldn't get rid of it. But anyway, long story short, I was sick for 5 days with a Miss Omarion because she tried to take all my edges too. Snatched the wig, took the edges, but the good thing is that people talk about the vaccines. A lot of people didn't want to take the vaccines. Of course, all of us are vaccinated. I really do believe that the vaccines, like the doctors say, are helping people to not suffer as long with it. By the time they announced it on the news, it was already too late. It wasn't enough time for us to modify. I went to a party with 6 singers who were vaccinated, and 2 or 3 of them were boosted. One of the people who was vaccinated and boosted had COVID, and that's how I caught it.
Wow.
So what can you do? You think you're taking all of the proper precautions to avoid it, but it was already too late.
Yeah.
So, and when I went to take my test at Harlem Hospital the first day, the line was short. The second, when I went back a week later to get tested to make sure that I didn't have it, so that I could fly to Texas and come see my family, I waited in line 3 hours outside in the cold.
Oh, wow.
At Harlem Hospital to get that test. And I was determined. I was like, I feel well enough to wait in this cold weather, but it was not easy. I'll just say that.
Wow.
We're in a conundrum because so many people got sick because they were behind the curve. The scientists in the United States didn't announce it until it was already too late for a lot of people. So that's why we were out. Vaccinated people weren't wearing masks at each other's homes.
I was.
Well, you know what? You're smarter than the rest of us, Lemmy.
I would, if you didn't live in the house with me, I had a mask on.
You were smart because the rest of us in New York, we're thinking, okay, we're all vaccinated and we're all adhering to a certain kind of social protocol. So we're okay. Not the case. You have to wear a mask everywhere. So that's
because I those lines, when I was in New York before Christmas, I saw the little testing tents up around the city and whatnot. And there was one right outside the building I was staying in. And every day for the first part of this trip, you could just walk up to the tent and get a test, maybe 5 minutes. The last day I was there, the line wrapped around my building.
Yeah.
And at all those City MD
What
locations.
date was that?
Oh,
What date
That
was
was December. Oh, when did I leave New York? I want to say the
well, your performance was on the 9th of
on the
December.
9th. I left on the 11th
Mm.
of December.
Kenny, speaking of City MD, you know they're shutting down. They're in the process, and this is another sad thing about the whole everything. Well, City MD is owned by a private equity firm, and they're shutting down 16 locations in the city.
Oh wow!
Like we can afford to have 16 City MDs shut down in the city, but that's what's happening. So this whole thing is just
They're
really,
shutting down permanently.
yeah, they're
In
shutting
New
down
York?
in the city. Yes, they're shutting down 16 locations. We need as many as we can get
Right.
during this period of time. So, not to try to dampen everybody's spirit, but this is this is, what we're dealing with right now with Omicron.
So how do you all feel? What are the feelings about this incoming mayor?
Come on, Eric. I don't know.
I like him.
He was at church on Christmas Eve. I saw him.
Like him.
Oh.
I think obviously he's very controversial because he wants to bring back stop and frisk, but his concept about utilize stop and frisk is different from the previous administration that did use it. And because he has empathy for the community, but also for police, I think he wants to try to bring everybody together. Will he be successful? Who knows? This is what we don't know.
New York is just so big. Like to be the mayor of all of this and inherit all of these issues that the city has. Like the homelessness and the mental illness needs to be addressed immediately. Like he's got there's so many walking dead zombies around the city. The homelessness is out of control. Like come on, and on top of a pandemic and trying to get the economy back. I would never want to run this city in the condition that it's in right now.
Y'all need like 3 mayors.
Yes, you need a mayor.
Why doesn't each borough have its own mayor?
Mercy.
Well, as a woman walking around in the city, I have felt less safe from time to time.
And New York used to be really safe.
And it was safe when we had more strong arm policies. So it's sort of, you're dealing with the misfits on the island and also trying to appease the people who are very liberal and are thinking about people's rights. And then you have the people with money who are telling him that we're not going to bring our money back to the city, which pays for a lot of the services that people benefit from. We're not going to bring our money back to the city if you don't clean it up. So he's really sort of he's in this wedge scenario, and it's not going to be for him, but I think he has the spirit, the right spirit about the whole thing, even though I've seen him speak several times, and sometimes he comes across as not being very likable in the way he explains things. But
well, native New Yorkers, they have a thing.
There's an air about him.
What is it, Kenny? What's the thing?
I don't know, but I can always tell a native New Yorker. And plus, he said his campaign. One of the things he talked about all the time was having been a victim of police violence or police brutality, and so he wanted to, and then becoming a police officer, and now the mayor. And so he thinks that he can glue the city back together with all 3 of those experiences. And being, is he the 3rd Black mayor or the 2nd Black mayor of the city in the history of the city?
I think he's the
second.
Dinkins was first.
Yeah. Dinkins was first. Okay. Yeah, I would never want to inherit it. Like the violence that has struck out during the panty and on the subways and people getting attacked, and it's too much.
I don't personally think, stop and frisk, the policy itself, I can agree with in some ways, but it's the implementation of that policy that becomes the problem when you don't have the oversight to be able to control those who abuse it and to properly punish those who abuse it. That's where the problems come in.
That's right. And he did say that. So we'll see how successful he is in mitigating those who would use their power.
When does he get sworn in? Tomorrow?
No, tonight he was sworn in after
Tonight.
midnight.
Oh
Tonight was
wow.
supposed to be,
Oh
yeah.
wow.
Yeah. So he's
Yeah.
and now De Blasio wants to be the governor. So he's child.
Go
Like
sit
we didn't
down. Go sit down. It didn't
go
work.
sit down. We didn't like you. We didn't like you here.
Nobody likes him. What do y'all think about Miss Letitia James?
I need Letitia to do what she said she was going to do from the beginning, and that
Right.
was snatch 45's red toupee off his head.
Yeah.
Now,
I agree.
y'all done went after Cuomo with a full-on vengeance and got rid of him. I need that same energy
Mhm.
for 40 damn 5.
They need to hire you to gather the receipts.
Listen, I will gather. And you know she was about to run for governor, and then she pulled her name back out the thing.
Oh,
She sure
pulled it
did.
out?
She pulled it out.
Oh, good.
Because it was like, ma'am, you know you got other work to do, and you can't focus on being governor when you got this big fish right here.
I was so over it when she announced that. I was like, what is she thinking?
Girl.
Why
He
can't
was
we
trying to
just
ride that wave.
so why can't we let Kathy Hochul sort of, she seems like she's doing a good job. Why can't we let her see if she can do it again for a second term? I don't
Listen,
the
if
first,
she
the first female governor of the state,
listen, just get the job done.
Right. We need Trump. We need, first of all, do the thing.
Do the thing.
We're gonna do, like Joe Biden, please forgive the student loans, and then we might let you come and play with us. But Robbie says he is. I'm like, I don't think he's gonna do it.
Listen,
I
but
paid my student loans off this year, so forgive them, and then give people who paid them off a tax break. That's what I say.
I with this whole Build Back Better bill and whatnot that's going on, I'm needing Biden and these Democrats to grow a
it's
backbone
not Biden.
in their dealing. Well, they need to grow a backbone in their dealings with Joe Manchin.
It's Manchin and Cinema. Those are the devils.
Yes.
That are sitting in sheep's clothing, posing as Democrats, which they are not.
Posers, yes. Well,
I think our government needs an overhaul in how it operates.
Absolutely.
You should not have a man who represents a state that voted him in with 290,000 votes that has the most power in the party that can overthrow the president's will and the desire for the people. And the state that he comes from is where they need the most help. Yeah. Like, why would you do that?
See, well, the people in that state who need the most help don't support him anyway.
But he says he's speaking for them.
Lies. The lies.
I think they do vote for him.
Just like Mitch the bitch in Kentucky. You're not speaking for the Kentuckians that need what they need.
But they keep voting for him.
Trash.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, I keep wondering about that.
Manchin wants to come across as the everyman, for the working people, but he walks out of the Senate chamber every day and gets into his luxury vehicle and drives home.
I think that filibuster is going to come up again this year.
I just need the voting rights. Immediately.
Yeah.
The voting rights.
You have to secure the voting rights.
Like the fact that we're even having to discuss it is already problematic. Fix that.
Absolutely.
And Joe Madison is on a hunger strike. He's the Black Eagle from Sirius XM. He's got his own show. He's a civil rights activist from back in the day, whatever. He's been on a hunger strike. It's been 40 days, whatever, till the Voting Rights Act passes.
Wow.
Well, I think this new strategy might be the better one, and trying to push it all through in one big bill with the BBB, breaking it into individual bills. And I think if they do that, it's going to make it more difficult to water down the voter right legislation, because that needs to be as strong as it can be.
But isn't it sad, though, that when we had President Obama in office, he couldn't get a lot of his stuff through because he didn't have a Democratic House and Senate.
That's right.
Here we are with a Democratic House and Senate and still can't get shit done because it's our own that are stopping it.
Well,
that's the thing, and it's
Obama was thwarted by his own Democratic House and Senate. Remember, I hate to say it, people forget, but it was Nancy Pelosi who was one of the main people who was against beginning, and the people who threw that seat in Massachusetts when Kennedy passed away. They basically threw that seat away. So we've been in a conundrum since then with the House and the Senate.
And the Supreme Court is stacked. I mean, it's just, it's a mess. It's a mess.
The midterms is going to be interesting because it's only going to take a few seats for control of each house to change, or 1 seat for the Senate and 4 seats for the House to change power.
And if this last vote was any indication of anything, we should be nervous about that. Like Virginia.
Oh, we're very nervous, very nervous. But there are a few bright spots now in polling that are showing the Democrats making some gains in some areas, and but it's going to be a tight race.
It's very similar to the opera world and trying to fix it.
What do we need to fix, Ken?
We don't have all day. We don't have all day.
We don't have 2 more hours for that.
Things are getting better.
They're getting better. A little bit, but folks want to see better immediately, and it's like, ooh, you trying to undo a system that's been off for decades. It's not going to happen overnight.
We need more mindful people in administration and casting. So hopefully those people are being ushered into those roles.
Well, 2 of them right here.
I see. And people are trying to get me to do administration and something in administration. But we'll see. I'm not ready yet.
I have to tell you, I've learned so much in this last year and a half or however long we've been doing this about the other side. And it's hard. It's hard. I think the biggest thing that I've learned is that you can't, some things, yes, you can just do, but other things, there's like a whole thing that you have to go through in order to make one change. Mm-hmm. It's really unbelievable. And I feel like the breakdown doesn't happen like with the people like on the surface level. There's like systemic things that need to happen in order for those to happen. And that can take a long time. And that's the biggest thing that I've learned this year.
Yeah, building alliances with people and changing hearts and minds. That takes a long time, and it takes some real relationship building that at the very least people are more open to now. Because in the past, I think a lot of people weren't even interested in the relationship building, So that's good.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, they were only interested in building relationships that were beneficial to them.
Not.
Sure enough.
Yeah.
And it's like you were mentioning earlier, Karen, about the people being more willing to share and with each other and other artists and to share information and whatnot. I think a lot of people used to be so afraid to share anything because they were afraid people were going to steal what they were going after. And it's unfortunate that people had that mindset, but it was just a reality at that time. And I think that's slowly beginning to change for a lot of people.
Exactly. I think we're stronger when we are together. I always feel like opera is the issue with opera is particularly, we'll just speak for singers, it's the class issue, right? The 1%, the top, and then you have the fat, middle class or lower middle class, whatever you want to call it. And it's like, yeah, it's the needs of certain singers may not be the needs of other singers, and then the 1% doesn't get affected at all by anything because they're the 1%, right? But ideally, it's a farce. It really is not. You're really all the bottom of the totem pole. Like it really kind of is that. The idea is that the artists don't hold the power, no matter where you are on the rung. You really don't. Power.
So can we talk about something that really bothered me a couple months ago? Something that happened that really bothered me. We're talking about Democrats and how they hurt their own. They're hurting their own this time. Let's talk about Black singers for a second. I don't know if you all remember a couple months ago there was an incident where some members of a group online were coming after a veteran singer over a comment they made. And I mean, they really tried to come for him when he made what I thought was a truthful comment with regard to how they were the Black Opera Alliance, the group, came after Morris Robinson over a comment he made over how they were kind of going after companies to sign their pledge and whatnot for equity in the industry. And I was really upset at how some of the members came after Morris when he is one of the people in the industry who's doing the work and advocating on behalf of Black singers, and has been for longer than many of these people have been in the industry. And I don't know, part of me wanted to say something at the time, but the way my mouth was set up then, I wasn't ready to say what I needed to say. But how can we as a community pursue equity and justice without tearing down our own at the same time? Is that something that we are capable of doing?
Karen.
Now you know my history.
I
Let's talk about Kenny. Now
Karen, you should take that.
Now this is Karen's show.
Yes, I think the host should take it.
I'm a sisters of democracy here over at Kikikonversations. But I will say this, and we have had countless conversations, both private and public, about the situation amongst Black singers, and that was the reason why Black Opera Alliance even existed, because of the cookout. Because the cookout was created so that there was, with all of the stuff that was happening, the same shit that was happening, during the whole pandemic, and we created the cookout, and then born out of the cookout and many traumatic experiences was born Black Opera Alliance. And I think because we already have stuff in our community, it just bleeds into the art. It's not. I don't think it's going to change. No, and again, it's about that class situation, right? It's the age. Oh, you guys don't know, or
Hey, Nicole.
Vision amongst
Send Nicole a link. Send Nicole a link.
Nicole.
Yes. We're gonna be here to celebrate all the New Years.
You're right.
Come on, girl. You want to come on? But yeah, I hope my hope was that a year and a half ago, that we could do that. I'm not sure, Lemmy. I'm not really sure. And I told one of the leaders in BOA, I said, what I've chosen to do is we are going to the same place. We're just not going to be on the same boat. I'm sorry to say boat, but And for me, that was what, and I would love to be able to do that, to be able for us to all be together. But I'm not.
Yes, it is.
Huh?
Michael Priestley was asking if we were still live.
Yeah, we still here, Michael.
Michael, I'm over you.
See, we can't work together already.
Exhibit A.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope that we can, and I hope that we. I don't know. I'm gonna let somebody else take the floor.
I feel like there's a generational gap in there, or something. Like I feel like we have different ideas about like how to go about the same meeting, getting to the same goal. Marsha, you're shaking your head. What?
Well, no. I agree with the generational comment, although that's not across the board for everyone who may be on board with their mission. But it's about perception. And
about what?
It's about perception and experience, and where people are in their own emotional journey as an individual and how they perceive where we are, where we've been, and where we're going.
I need a
And so
refill for this.
your question, right? And your comment was, do you think we could all be on the same page and also have the same, how should I say, the same methodology to get to where we want to be as a people within the industry? And my answer to that is no, because if you look at people, human beings in general, with human beings, there's no unity in general. And then within the the community of Black people at large, we have our own issues as a people that we are struggling to come together as one on. So this is just a microcosm, BOA and those who with them and their technologies, and how other vendors in the business are going about creating opportunities for singers and how they conduct themselves. It is really what it is a difference of perception. And that's okay. Now, I don't need to agree with everybody's methodology, and I don't agree. I have my own concepts and opinions, and I've had conversations with people about this. For me, it's about respecting the other person, even though you don't agree with them. And I think that a lot of respect has been lost.
So
and how people you don't agree with them. And I think that a lot of respect has what they're doing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think, as Michael Priestley said something, I think it's all about us always trying to put each other in our place, in our places.
We don't need to do that. It's really about understanding that Lemmy, you have a way of thinking about how to do things as a person. Marsha, you have a way of thinking about how to do things as a person. I don't have to agree with you, Lemmy, but I do have to respect you. You understand? And this is where a lot of the discord and disconnect is.
So back to my original question, was the way they came after Morris, was that a lack of respect? A show of lack of respect in that sense on how they approached him on that?
Yes, because if I disagree with you, then I don't have to respect your point of view. It's that sort of thinking. Whereas, my whole thing is, because Morris has paid his dues and he's been doing what he's been doing for the last 20 years in the industry, and now he's at a certain level where he can actually help people get hired in the industry, and has helped companies raise money. He's worked in almost every aspect of how this industry operates. He has a right to say what he needs to say and be respected for that opinion. And that's where the disconnect is. And that's so to answer your question, no, everybody's not going to get along. There's not going to be one road to kumbaya. That's my opinion.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey, y'all. Happy New Year, everybody. All y'all folks in the NYC. Damien, I don't know you, but hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, Nicole.
Y'all don't know each other?
I mean, we know each other through Facebook. I've never met him really.
Oh, wow. I always assume all y'all know each other.
Hey.
That's because
I just jumped in. Literally, I was sitting here, with my family, eating cheese and drinking champagne. And then I was like, wait a second, Karen on. So I came in, check it out, and y'all were still on, which is lovely. But I do want to chime in a little bit. I'm not sure how deep y'all were into this conversation. We're a year plus into this whole thing of, the enlightenment of, I would say, Black singers, where Black singers' voices are being heard. And, it seemed to be a power struggle of whose voice was more important, or who people perceived as their voices as being more important. I think in the scheme of things, especially this far into it, that everybody needs to come with a level of respect in the way that they come and they want to talk to other singers, regardless of whether they're older, younger, whoever, because we're all fighting for the exact same goal. One thing I've realized is that the way one person may be trying to get their money and their coin and uplift Black singers may be absolutely different from a way that I would not do it. I have my own way of doing things, but I don't speak for an entire race. I can speak for Nicole. I can speak for the few friends that I hang with who probably believe in the same things I do. But I can't. So I really and honestly looking at it, a year plus later, I'm just like, I'm letting like, you do you. If I may not be able to join you on your journey to do you, but I'm going to do what I need to do. And I will, because the thing is, it's a lot of things that I know Karen has been doing and Kenny has been doing and March. I know a lot of people, Morris, a lot of people have been doing a lot of things behind the scenes for a lot of people for a very long time. And because a lot of things are behind the scenes, and I think that's where the real rub is. Things are behind the scenes because pre-2020, not everybody knew what Black folks was doing. You know what I'm saying? It was like there were different avenues, and you may not have seen it. You may not have thought you were seeing it, but stuff that was happening wouldn't have been happening if people weren't advocating and speaking to other people on other people's behalf. But then like last year, when everyone's voice was being heard, then everybody was like, it was like the louder voices, the more flashier voices got all the attention, and people were, and so now all of a sudden everybody acted like being an advocate for Black singers was something that was brand new, and it wasn't.
Right.
So enough.
And I mean, come on, Kenny had a freaking opera company. You know what I'm saying? So let's be real, so.
Yes.
So I think it was a lack of communication, because one thing I did realize, especially when I would hear from younger singers, they were like, well, this has never happened before. And I'd be like, I did it. Oh, that's never happened. Oh, I know somebody else that did that. But they didn't know because, one, when I was doing stuff in the 90s and stuff like that in the 2000s, we didn't have the social media that put out every bit of information that what everyone was putting out. Right now, I can go on Instagram and find out what every young Black person is doing at this very moment.
Right.
Nobody knew what I was doing. I didn't know what Marsha was doing. I didn't know, it's like you did not know. So therefore, the younger singers was like, well, y'all wasn't doing nothing. And this didn't happen. I was like, no, it happened. And things were going. It's just, there weren't a lot of strides back then. And there were things that were going on and people were singing and people were advocating and doing things. But it really did take that George Floyd incident, not for just opera singing, but the entire country, to make a shift into the way that Black people are being perceived and what they are willing to bargain to get their voices out there properly. I mean, there's a lot I can say about what's going on at the Met right now, but the fact that they have so many Black singers at the Met singing and doing Black operas and championing Black operas to bring them to the Met, that wouldn't have happened 4 years ago. So there's certain things that have come out, and I think that everybody is benefiting from it in a lot of different ways. But I think everybody just needs to be respectful, because the young singers need to be respectful to the older need to be respectful to the youngers, and because we all doing the same, we all got the same hustle. We all want everybody to be lifted up. So that's just where I stand on that.
And even when I was a little younger, because he's still young, I always had the utmost respect for my elders in the industry. I always looked to them. I always talked to them. I always asked for advice. I always watched how they navigated the industry, how they navigated the rehearsal room, how they navigated relationships between conductors and directors, how they navigated relationships with agents and what roles they took and which ones they didn't. I was always and will forever be a student of this industry and career. And I think that that's so important. But people look at being a student and being in the position of learning as something that's lesser than. And it's so not.
No.
It's so not. The people who are perceived as being flashy or out in the front are the people who did exactly that. You learn from the people who are doing what you want to eventually do. And it has nothing to do with ego. It has nothing to do with any of that. It really doesn't even have anything to do with skin color. Because everybody in this industry should be in a constant state of learning, in a constant state of trying to get better.
Absolutely.
And you've got to learn how to play the game. learn the pieces on the board, learn their functions, and play the game right.
But also, and I can understand also change the game, and I think we're
And
in a
change it.
situation, we're at a time where the game can be changed in a lot of ways. And I think it is changing
It
very
is.
slowly and very surely through work that some of the people on this panel have done and some of the people actually in BOA have done. So, I think that there's a lot of work that's been negotiated in the past year or two. Like I said, it's just more visible now. I think that's just really the biggest issue. I think social media makes everything so much more visible. But like I said, I'm happy to see, like when I saw that Brandy was doing, Cinderella at the Met, because I was sitting there, I was like, this is just, it makes me very proud. Like I said, I think I've met Brandy maybe once, but I'm, just a fan, but it's like seeing these young singers and older singers getting their due.
Yeah.
Hello,
And you know what's so interesting though?
Awesome.
Everybody knows I love me some Brand. Like that's my little sister. I love her, love her, love her, love her, love her so much. And she did one performance.
Right.
And she was fantastic. But Jackie Eccles, who was another sister, was in all the performances.
Right.
But Jackie's not on social media every day. And so people are not talking about Jackie and the work that Jackie does and how stunning Jackie's voice is.
Yes.
You know?
You introduced me to her. I didn't know who she was.
The woman sings for the gods.
She sure does.
Yeah, that
always has. And
that was another Puccini opera that we attended together. It was seeing her do her Musetta, to sing Musetta.
And she was fabulous with the great late Arthur Woodley in that Bohème. Incredible.
And Ha Kyung Kyung. That was beautiful performance.
Okay. And Michael Sumio is in that same performance. And nobody, social media is not going berserk over the fact that Michael Sumio is also in every performance over there.
Yeah, yeah.
What you say,
because Michael is not a big social media type person. Like I said, it's all about the show. Like the loudest voices get heard.
Happy New Year, Central Time Zone. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I was distracted from the conversation because I was playing fireworks for gunshots.
Come on, Central.
From Texas.
Hey, Texas in the house.
Texas.
So,
anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to
mask up, Texas.
So since we've kind of established that we don't think that everyone can get on one accord, is there any way that we can work towards this goal without undermining ourselves?
I think that we can. Like I said, it really does go back to just like, I think a lot of times just erasing what had happened, a lot of what happened last year. I'm sorry, I'm not rambling on. I think that, some people's feelings really got hurt about a lot of things, and rightfully so. And some people have apologized, some people have not. But I think that, like I said, sometimes you just gotta let land dogs lie. If you can either accept somebody's apology and move on and just start with a clean slate, or you could just say, I'm not accepting that apology, I'm good with that, but you go with God and you do what you do and I'm going to do what I do, and because we're not a monolith, so we can all do our own things and continue to do our own things without having to be kumbaya and holding hands with everybody. And here's my champagne. Happy New Year.
Christy. Hey, Christy Swan, one of the most gorgeous voices on the planet, wrapped up in one of the most beautiful women.
I got to sit next to her in the premiere of Courtney Carey's oratorio, and it was one of the most glorious experiences I've had in the last year.
Yeah. I watched that the other day. Y'all killed it. It was great. It was wonderful.
I didn't know it was online.
Y'all throw was everything. That throw was everything.
Everything.
It's online?
Yeah, it's on
YouTube.
Oh. And you please send us that link, Lemmy.
Yeah.
It should be on Courtney's page.
On Courtney's page on
Christy in the
I want to just say this because I feel it still makes me a little bit sad about some of the things that happened last year. And I really, and I thought about this the other day. It's interesting that this is coming up. I was like, I really wish that I could get over whatever I'm carrying in a way to like work or to help, to work, to assist, to work with, but the way I'm built, like once you burn me, I get real like I'm very I go, ooh, I'm always waiting for the thing, right? You know what I mean? For the next betrayal. You know what I mean? In that way. And I hate to think that way about my people, especially people in this industry that I love and I support and I believe in. And I'm so proud of all of the work that everybody has been doing in their way, be it artistically, administratively, advocating, whatever it is. I'm proud and I want to support everybody, but and I want to work with other people, and I do work with young singers. You know what I mean? So it's not that I don't, but I just wish that things could be easier.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that things could be I mean, just between us, you know what I mean? Just a little bit easier. Like we need that healing in a way, and I think that that's just as a community, we need that in every aspect of our lives. You know, it's just that in this microcosm of opera, this it makes it even so much more intense. You know, and also the idea of when is the bubble gonna burst? Like when is it gonna go back to the way it used to be? And I know that we have to work to not, of course, ensure that it doesn't.
Yes.
But the healing part, I don't know if that comes through the generation above mine or it comes from the generation after the one. You know what I mean? Like what is the
Can I say something real quick, Marsha?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say this, Karen. I think the way that you're going to get past this, the only way you're going to get past this is you. Because if you don't let it go, because and believe that this betrayal, because you're waiting on a betrayal to happen to you. You've already felt betrayed. That's already happened. That's done. So either you can look forward and because I'm a huge person of I may forgive, but I never ever forget. So I don't make the same mistakes again or put my trust in people that may not have my best interest at heart. But you can always, because the thing is, if you're holding on to this baggage, nobody can take that baggage off of you. The generation above us can't, the generation below you. If somebody says sorry, believe it. If they don't say sorry, so what? Move on. And I think the only person that's going to heal this is you, for you to move forward. And then, and if you really want to help them or get help from them, then do it. Because I gotta say, it's times where I've seen some of y'all who will sit up there like people who I'm like, because like usually when I'm done with somebody, I'm done. And I've seen y'all and y'all will be like, yeah, y'all will still work with some people. And I'm like, man, that is impressive. And I see it. And you have that ability, Karen. You really do. You have that ability to still persevere and get the job done. So I think for you, it's about you finding that peace where you can move on with or without whatever people burned you in your life. Because like I said, you keep talking about a betrayal happening again. It's already happened once. You know it may happen again. Don't worry about it and keep on moving and don't let those people affect you.
Right.
I don't want you to block your blessings, waiting for somebody else to
exactly. And I have moved on. I think maybe I worded it wrong. It's just I think that sometimes when we are, particularly when we're in the space of advocacy, right? When you have a group of people who are in the space of advocacy, it's hard for me to sit next to somebody who I know might you know what I mean? Like I'm looking at you like, okay, there might be something that happens and I don't want to feel that way. That's what it is. Like I don't hold on to it. I have no baggage or ever, please. I've been through so much during this period.
You're talking about trust. You feel like a trust. Yeah.
I trust no one. So therefore I like sitting next to folks that I can't trust because I'm always like, I'm waiting for you. So so for me, that's where I live. I love that space. So for me that, but you like my baby girl, both of y'all Virgo souls. Y'all got that type of soul. I got that Cancer soul where I'm always ready for a fight. So I'm like,
okay. And the Leos are ready too. We are ready.
Amen.
I don't know what Aries do, but
y'all with us.
And you already know it's Capricorn season already. So
okay, so I'm the only air over here.
Yes. Are you?
I'm the
only
over here.
What
I'm a Gemini.
Oh, crazy boobs, child.
Y'all know they're gonna drag us for filth for this conversation.
I'm a Gemini Taurus rising.
I was like, oh, we gonna get it. We gonna get it.
No, I don't think so, because I think the whole conversation is coming from a place of love, even though you're being honest about your feelings.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's okay. I love the word magnanimous, because I feel like listen, there are a lot of people who've done me dirty over the years. And I just feel like ultimately you just have to make a choice to be magnanimous. And really what that is about power. It's about power, but from within. And
Wait, hold on, Marsha. Sean, yeah, we still on. And all that time you was off, you could have been on the first draft of my piece. You back here. Anyway, go ahead, Marsha. Sorry.
No, because when I think about you, Karen, as a person, I think, okay, this is a woman who in her own right is very powerful. And so as a powerful entity, as a powerful person, you can make a choice to be magnanimous. We can all make a choice to be magnanimous. And Kenny and I have had this conversation before, because when Kenny's done, he's done. It's like that. And I'm just like, but Kenny, it's not really that deep. Just let it go. He's like, and he always gives me the side eye, like
He's a cat. He fights to the blood.
Listen,
rushing out.
And the cats always listen. The cats need to be provoked, first of all. And we always give warnings, like, don't do that.
Yes.
Strike 2. And then once you get to 3, it's like, now I got to call you down.
Yes, we all know that. But then at the very end of the day, when you really look within and you see your own power that's given to you from God, you realize okay to just let it go and be magnanimous. And just whatever happens after that point, your intent and your expectations are actually going to bring about a more positive outcome. That's how I feel about it.
Listen, I'm going to always advocate for Black people. I'm going to always do it. I always have done it. Like, it's not new for me and it's not strange to me. And I can advocate for you and still not want to go and hang out with you. Like, both of those things can exist. Like, I can go to the mat for you and try and make space for you and make equity more available to you and still not want to go to dinner with you.
Absolutely. And you should not. That's not a requirement. That's not a requirement. But, but to live in your power and your magnanimity is also okay. That's the way I look at it.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to share that with
you. Thank you, Marsha. Lemmy, do you have any more controversial topics?
Right, Lemmy. Starting shit. Let me start shit.
From the controversial topic. Was there sweet topics on here before I got on here?
Yeah, Lemmy.
Well, Lemmy starting shit in the new year already.
Well, since Nicole has joined us, maybe she can tell us what she's going to be up to.
Oh yeah, we talked about what we up to. What you up to, Nicole?
Oh, okay.
Whatever you can share with us.
Oh, whatever I can share with you. Okay. Well, praying that Omicron does not get all up in my business.
Okay.
I'm actually going to be doing a recital series with Robert. Why y'all ask me this? My God.
Yes.
Sims. Thank you. Too much champagne. With Robert Sims in Aurora, Illinois in January. Then I'm going to be taking my daughter to 12 college callbacks.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. We only thought she was going to get 2 or 3. That's what everybody kept saying. Oh, you only going to get 2 or 3. 12 auditions between now and January.
Go ahead.
What does she want to major in, Nicole?
Musical theater.
Okay, so she is going to be a musical theater baby.
I saw some of her video. You posted a video or something of her. She's amazing.
Yeah, she's a star. She's a star.
It's going to be fun. But I do that. Then I'm going to be going to Maryland Lyric Opera and doing, with Morris, doing a concert version of Turandot.
When is that?
That is the 25th and the 27th of February.
Your Liu is stunning.
Thank you. I'll do it again. I'll do Liu again in Houston in April and May, and doing a recital with of German and English with the Cincinnati Song Initiative here in Houston, and then the summer is off.
Who's your call out for the Turandot?
Who's who? Say it again.
Who's your call off?
Oh, my boy, my homie.
Who?
John Burton.
Oh.
In where?
In Maryland
or in Houston?
In Maryland.
In Maryland, yeah. Because I can't remember. We had, I think it's a
Definitely
guy for the one here in Houston. It was supposed to be my boy Kunde, and I was looking forward to that for real. But he had to move on to something else, I think. But yeah. And
John
then
Burton can sing.
in the fall, I'll be going to Oslo, fingers crossed, to do Missy Mazzoli's the lead in Missy Mazzoli's new opera, The Listeners.
Oh wow!
Ooh, yeah. And then like next year takes off like a bat out of hell, but I can't say nothing about any of that stuff because it ain't been announced yet.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't say anything. Right.
Booked and blessed. That's all I can say.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Is right. But you know, it's good stuff that's coming up, and I'm excited, and you know, but it's a busy, like I said. But my daughter's audition situation, trying to get that together, is just.
Oh my God.
Where is she going? Where are you auditioning?
Okay. If I can remember them all, I'm probably not gonna remember them all. University of Michigan, NYU, Boston Conservatory at Berkeley, Ithaca, Colorado Boulder, USC, Millikan, Oklahoma, University of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, Roosevelt, and I can't remember the rest.
Dang.
Wow.
Indiana.
I'm gonna pray for NYU, or
we're gonna pray for all of them because that's the thing. It's a different bird.
We're praying for a bidding war.
Yeah.
Amen. Like I said, it's a different world than just classical music. I mean, it's just like the amount of stuff that we've had to do with her for her audition, her pre-screens.
Mm-hmm.
Had to make a website for her. Website. It was crazy, but we're very blessed and we're very happy. So we're hoping that everything works out the way God wants it to.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is she leaning somewhere where she wants to go?
She is, but I'm not going to say on this little page here. We don't want to jinx nothing.
Awesome.
She's excited. She's excited for all of it, though. She's excited for all of it.
Well, my brother and his wife live in Ithaca, so if you need anything while you're there, let me know.
Oh, cool. See, I bought her a coat because I was like, every place you applied is cold, except for USC.
Right. Ithaca. Oh my God.
Ithaca is freezing right now.
Yeah.
How's the weather where everybody's at now? Is anybody getting snow, cold, anything? What's up?
We had snow last week. Well,
it was raining just a little while ago here.
I'm in Portland. It snowed here, and it was very, very cold, like in the 20s.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it snowed in Portland.
The West Coast,
normally.
you guys had all the snow that was dumped in like 17 inches or 27 inches in the Sierra Nevadas.
Yeah. South of here, they got hit pretty hard, but we got a couple of dustings every once in a while.
It's been 80 degrees here in Austin.
It's been 80 degrees here in Houston. Until tomorrow, I think tomorrow night it's gonna drop bad.
Yeah.
To what? 40?
No.
Yeah, no, it's gonna get down to wind chill of like 20 or something like that. They said.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to get down into the teens here this coming week, this next week.
80
but
to 20.
But it's been in the 70s all week.
Well, the low will be 20. Yes, the low will be 20, but it'll get. I think the high will be like in the 30s and 40s.
In the 50s, in the 30s and 40s. Yeah, here to be in the 50s. Yeah,
it's in the 50s in New York.
I fly back to New York on Tuesday, but it's been nice. It's been a nice respite.
Yeah, it's unseasonably warm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cold.
You're in Philly, Kenny?
No, home.
Jersey.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to Philly next week.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Liam, where are you at?
I'm in Missouri. It's 70-some degrees here, raining. Just hoping we don't get any tornadoes.
No, I hope not too. I hope the temperature drops.
Yeah. So it's 70 right now, but they're saying it's supposed to get down into the teens next week.
Sure.
Where is Sean? Where are you, Sean?
He's in the Chicago area.
Chicago.
At him. That's great.
Christy. I bring my drinks with me, Christy, so they're already at the table.
Okay, Karen, I had pulled up for us to watch a snowy day as a family today, and everybody checked out on me, so I was on my own. But I want to see it again before it goes off of the video.
Yeah.
So good.
It's so good. It's just such a feel good piece.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where is it? It's on the HGO website.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Check it out.
I might check it out for my niece. That looks
Yeah.
like a cute show for children.
Hey, Rudy.
It made my day.
Yep.
You got to see it.
And it's that libretto, honey. It's some moments in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look who he is.
Hey, Rudy.
Hey.
Say hey, everybody.
Where's my girl?
Oh my God.
It was not like the fireworks, so she's out of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Rudy.
Well, at least my hair was done. Y'all said pull me on, but I ain't had no makeup on. But at least I got my hair done today.
You look
Work
good.
It is on Saturday. On Sunday. So I got my hair done today.
It's
so.
very silky.
Yes.
You look good. You look good.
Just let your style glow,
Yes, my soul
baby.
glow, baby.
Oh, so silky smooth.
Okay, can I just tell y'all down here in Texas, the shock that I had to my system when I came from San Francisco, where masks were like mandatory, to coming back here and no one was wearing a mask. Well, let me tell you, because Omicron is out there snatching wigs and taking edges away.
Yes.
I went to the grocery store today. The masks was back on the peoples. I was sitting there like, y'all learning, because everybody has been getting COVID. Everyone around us. I went to a party. Now one person had a mask on. I had my mask on, and the lady called and said, "Me and my whole family have COVID." And you know, I was freaking out. I was like, I wasn't. I was like, well, good luck. Merry Christmas.
It's all about the masks. It's all about the masks.
So the masks. I mean, this is a dumb question, but the masks really work.
It works.
Yes,
they do. They really do.
If you wear it properly, yes. And if you wear it up under your nose or sliding off and you take it off to talk, no. But if you put it on your face, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The masks are the main things that are going to keep us safe.
Yeah,
but if everybody does it, that's the problem. Everybody's not doing it.
You know, and then they canceled the mask mandates here in Missouri and have made it so that they can actually sue people who try to implement them.
Oh.
Why would you do that?
Crazy.
Folks.
Okay, that KN95 life, that's me.
Sean, are you coming on the web? You keep commenting.
Right, Sean, come on here.
Come on, Sean.
Sean got writing to do.
And do not harass him, Kenny Overton, when he comes again.
We supposed to be Nigerian brothers and all that.
Are you Nigerian?
It's the largest part of my ancestry when I got my test done.
Me too. Benin, Togo, and Nigeria.
Okay.
But Nigeria was at the top.
Nigeria was at the top.
Togo was for me.
Mine was Nigerian and Cameroon.
Benin and Togo.
Yes.
You said Benin and Togo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Cameroon.
Me too,
Cameroon.
Yep.
Yes. Cameroon.
Yes. It is so good to see you all.
It's so good to see all y'all too.
Marsha.
Successes and joys and health, and thank God we're all healthy.
Amen. So who did I miss? Who did I miss earlier today? Who came on with you, Karen?
Steve Wallace.
Oh, and Lexi
Lobianco.
Oh, Lexi was here.
And this group right here, this beautiful group. People are very shy tonight.
Yeah. I was hoping to see Miss Stephanie Blank.
I know.
It's her wedding anniversary.
I was in bed, y'all.
Hey, Sean.
It's New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Sean, you ain't gonna say nothing?
Listen, I've been enjoying this conversation.
Wake up.
Right.
I'm on Central Time. Some of y'all on Eastern Time. It's what?
Yeah, I'm on Central too.
3 of us are Central and 3 of us are Eastern.
Okay.
And I'm on the West. It's not even 2022 yet.
Actually, 4 of us are Central.
Oh wow, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see y'all. I think I'm gonna see some of y'all next month in Texas.
Oh, what you come to Texas for?
February at
Yeah,
Fort Worth.
Fort Worth.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, like I
Yes,
can't
yes,
do that.
Yeah, that's good.
I'll be there.
I'm
Karen and I'll be
excited
there.
about that. Hopefully Omicron doesn't mess it up.
What's going on down there?
It's a
Night
Black
of
Day.
Excellence.
It's
Oh
a night
yeah.
of Black excellence at Fort Worth
Yeah.
Opera.
The sequel.
I need to tell my family members who are there then. Have you all posted about that online? Has that been posted online? I haven't seen anything about that.
Uh-oh.
What about the Black Night of Essence?
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah, it's been posted.
I need that link. Somebody needs to send that to me so I can pass it on to my family.
Yeah, it's up. It's online. They've been fundraising and everything.
It's
Yeah.
up and it's up and it's up and it's up.
Yeah, sure. You got something to say? Because we don't want to keep you up. Your wife is gonna be like, "What is going on?"
Right,
No,
Sean,
she's watching.
normally we
No,
be talking all the time.
she's in bed watching K-dramas.
Watching what?
K-dramas.
K-dramas.
What's that?
Yeah.
Korean dramas.
Oh.
No, we're good. We just had a family game night, so the kids are in bed now. So
Oh, cool.
How many
But yeah.
children do you have, Sean?
two girls, so 9 and 10.
They each have their own suite.
What'd you say?
They each have their own suite, and that
Stop.
makes them yours.
Stop. When you come to Chicago, I'll have you over to the house.
Okay. Bet.
Shy thing when the camera's on, so yeah.
Oh, you shy?
No.
Sean, you got anything exciting you can share with us?
Well, I'm going crazy right now writing your piece.
You're not supposed to tell them that.
Oh
my gosh! Just know.
I'm just mad he got time for you. I asked for time.
Oh. You left that part out, Slack.
I sure did. I'm not funding this piece. I'm just a part of the piece.
But the last movement, though, I will say, it's this crazy fugue, this contemporary fugue. So it's gonna be great. I think.
Oh, that sounds dope.
I love a good fugue.
Yeah.
Right?
So. But I have you sing low B flats. Is that okay, Karen?
She got that. And the top one too. So.
Right.
You chewing over there, Karen, because
she's got the range. She's got the range.
I'm not worried.
Exactly. No, what else you got going on, Sean? Tell us, if whatever you can tell us.
I'm working on an opera here soon, which is exciting. It's a chamber opera. About cooking, about food, and piano work and a new work for orchestra for the Oakland Symphony, which is so sad because I talked to Michael Morgan literally 3 weeks before he died.
Oh,
and he said to me on Zoom, "You can write anything you want to, I'll play it." And then of course, he passed away, so I'm going to refocus the piece, maybe make it an in memoriam or something. But so a lot's going on. I'm stressed but blessed. So and I'm on sabbatical, so I don't go back to work until September. So that gives me some time to write. So
now, is your school going to be going virtual? Do you think?
Listen, I teach at this elite white evangelical school, which means.
No.
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 See.
Y'all will be in person, no masks. They won't even have hand sanitizer on the wall.
We will see. The only thing, the good part is we are in Chicago, and so we have to follow these Chicago rules. So, but listen, I'm staying far away, so they can do what they can do whatever they want to. I'm at home. So, but
right, I'll see y'all in fall 22.
right, exactly. So
I'm supposed to sing with Oakland Symphony next month.
Oh,
what you doing with them?
Oh, that tone was very aggressive.
No. No.
Thanks, Ray Road.
Also.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering if it's gonna happen. Because that's a big choral piece.
It's big, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Damien didn't tell y'all he teaches voice too.
Damien does everything.
Everything.
That didn't come in the conversation when we were talking about.
You look up Renaissance man in the dictionary, and there is his face.
Yeah.
Nah, y'all crazy.
Teacher.
Ain't nobody crazy. We got the receipts.
We trying to catch up. We like trying to catch up with you.
Oh, please.
I gave up. I gave up. I'll let you win. You win.
I can't wait till we all can just get together and be together.
I know.
We have to have a real cookout. A real cookout.
Facts.
Park or somewhere. Did we do that one year, Kenneth?
Yeah, I did it like twice. I had a cookout with the blacks in Central Park.
I came one time. It was wonderful. I think we should do it. And one person told me I had told somebody to come. And she says, oh, I don't know if I want to come because I don't like some of those people. And I said, so they don't like you either.
This is what we were talking about.
See, that part right there.
Because I don't care. I'm going to show up and be like, hey, everybody. Because who cares? Let's just.
And the thing is, you may go and find out you actually like them.
Exactly. I said, can we please just have a cookout and have fun? I don't care.
Kenny,
you have a cookout with family. You don't like them either.
Okay.
No.
Right.
Kenny, I was supposed to be in New York next week, but it got canceled.
What was it?
The New Works Forum.
It's virtual now.
Yeah, it's virtual now. So
you always missed up because you weren't here for the composers thing at Opera America either.
I was mad because our whole Lacis group was there except me. I was at serious FOMO.
Yes.
All there.
Yeah. I think a lot of us have FOMO these days.
Right.
Yeah.
That's okay. Did you meet everybody in the group this year?
No, I still haven't met Jasmine, but I'll see her next month too, I think, in Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm.
Dave.
She's singing and playing and all the things. Dave Raglan.
Happy
New Year.
Dave Raglan, I just sang Your Steal Away at a concert a couple weeks ago and got a standing ovation. People love that piece. People love that thing.
It's beautiful.
Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Every time Dave writes a spiritual, I'm like, I cannot write that spiritual because I can't. I mean, I'm like, yeah, it's so powerful.
Oh,
you have a version of it.
I know. I'm glad I wrote mine first. I'm glad I wrote mine. Yeah, because if Dave wrote it first, I'd be like, I can't do it.
So I need to see some of y'all's spiritual compositions.
Back up, Lemmy. Here you go again. You already get all the dramatic roles, and you sing all the arias that make people throw their panties at the stage. You got to have commissions too.
I just did 2 recitals of complete spiritual concert of complete spirituals recitals. One in Tennessee, one in Baltimore, and when I tell you, the folks ate it up.
Of course.
So,
were those the ones you did with Mark Markham?
Yes, man.
So you got Jesse's pianist, and now you still want more.
Mark can always play my music. He's fantastic.
Yeah.
But Lemmy, I did play a version of your Nation Dorma in my form class last semester. So,
oh wow,
yeah. I was like, I'm not gonna. I mean, Pavarotti, he's my guy. I was like, I want to play someone who's alive and black. So, again, I'm the only black person in the room. I have to bring it in somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you.
So my battery.
David, the recital was in Kingsport, Tennessee, near Knoxville.
Oh yeah, I sang in Kingsport, child.
And they were talking about you while we were there.
This
Yes. When you sang with the symphony there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what was the piece I did? Lord, ugh, I can't even remember the work. Oh well, one too many glasses of wine, child.
Are we going to mention that Lemmy
I'm
with
gonna
his
sign
microphone sounds like he belongs on NPR?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I said that earlier. I'm like, I want him to read me a bedtime story.
Exactly. I'm sitting there like, okay.
He has the
what
voice.
y'all said.
He has the voice too. Sorry, I'm
Come on,
trying to
Quiet
charge
Storm.
On the quiet storm. All right, Marsha. Thank
Bye,
you.
Marsha.
Bye, Marcia.
See you
Love
Bye,
later.
you.
Marsha. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Take care.
Child, are we going all the way, Damien? Are we going all the way to
Right, we got to bring Damien in. We got to bring Damien into 22.
Right. I still have enough champagne for him.
He's got a couple minutes to
Look,
go.
I thought I would be asleep by now.
I know, right?
Oh no, this is my time. This is my time.
Yeah, this is
This
I
is my
get my
study
best,
time. Actually, y'all are
my best
interfering.
work is done after midnight.
Yeah, I used to like to wake up really early and write, but now it's the late time for me now.
Give me late.
Yes, Colin. Yes. It's Quiet Storm.
Oh, what you know about Power 99, Colin?
He's Philly.
Come on now.
So have y'all been seeing a lot of stuff being canceled, turned virtual?
Not yet.
Not
2
yet.
days as a gift to I saw Allison Cambridge's name at the top of the score. I was like, what? That's my girl.
Oh.
Well, if you could pose that for Allison, I want a copy.
Oh, here you go.
Yes, I am going. Yes, I am. I want a copy.
So I'm supposed to be
They will
doing
be like, you go to
Beethoven
my
9
website.
They
with
are
Memphis.
fighting. Damien, what did you say, Damien? What were you saying?
About what?
See? Oh, that's shiny over there. Pay attention. Nicole asked, has anything been canceled?
Oh, I know of a couple of things that have been canceled that have not been announced yet. But I haven't personally had anything canceled right now. But I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen after the first.
Because all the Broadway stuff is scaring me. I mean, that they dropping like
Baby.
flies.
I think they got a little too comfortable.
Broadway is very tight though. If y'all been in like a Broadway house, those theaters are small in the backstage area. Like there's really no room for anything. And so folks are breathing on each other. The seats are tight in the audience. I'm not surprised that Broadway is going down like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's sad that some of the shows aren't just pausing, they're closing.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was supposed to see Company with Patti LuPone while I was there.
Yeah, they're pausing.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So it's sad. And I was going to see Bohème and Rigoletto too. So all that.
Rigoletto opened tonight or last night.
Yeah, we had tickets for the 12th, I think. And so that's unfortunate.
I really want to see it. They said it's a great production.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm John Christopher. I'm with you. I'm praying that that's true. That our decline starts coming.
Yeah,
and
I read
wrap
that
this
too.
up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't had anything canceled. I'm supposed to do a recital in New York, and I'm fingers crossed. I hope it stays.
When's that?
It's National Sawdust. You know, National Sawdust. Paola Prestini's. I'm doing a my Of Thee I Sing recital that I created from last year, and it starts my creative partnership with them. So I'm a little bit like, oh, I really want it to happen, and you know, we'll see, but I don't want to like. I don't want to put people in jeopardy, and B, I don't want to sing to a room full of empty room either. You know what I mean?
And C, she wants to get paid.
Period. Exactly. So my children need to eat. My cats need to eat. So mama got to get paid.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be doing a Beethoven's 9 with Memphis in March that I'm kind of worried about. And
that's Tennessee. They don't care.
I know, but still. But then I have the Otello coming up in California. That we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Thanks, Marsha. Yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed. Well, when we were in Texas, when I was in Houston, which, by the way, Nicole, they treated me very well. So I was very happy in Houston. Hopefully things work out and I get to come back. But I was like in Texas, like people were like, "Oh, there's no pandemic."
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Right.
I was in Dallas when Delta was starting to come on the scene, and nobody had a mask on. I was amazed. It was crazy. People were everywhere.
I had to check somebody at the hair salon today because some man was in there waiting on his wife, and he decided to sit where the dryers were. And so, first of all, he was sitting in my dryer that I was at before I went to get my hair washed. And I was like, "Sir," I said, "is it possible I can sit back in my seat?" He's like, "Oh, sure." And then he came and sat in the dryer directly like across from me, where he was going to be breathing his unmasked COVID breath on me. And at first, and I was about to sit down, and I was like, "No, I'm not about to have him breathe on me." I said, "I'll just wait to dry my hair." And then I said, "Wait a second. I'm the customer. He's not even getting his hair done." So I went up to him. I said, "Sir," I said, "would you please mind moving? Because I'm not comfortable with you breathing on me without a mask." And he looked at me. He said, "Really?" And I said, "Really?" And he got up and left. He told his wife that he'd be outside, and he left.
Well, good.
But I'm just like, you could just you're wanting to make me uncomfortable. I'm tired of me just keeping myself confined. I don't care if you get uncomfortable if I tell you this, and you don't have to be here. And it was a whole waiting area at the front of the doggone salon. I don't know why he felt the need to sit there with us.
We left Kentucky a day early.
Where in Kentucky were you?
Lexington. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, because it's rough.
Yeah. We had to leave a day early. Yeah. It's just a new. I mean, in Chicago, people wear their masks more on the lines. Everywhere else, it's just different.
Cameron, the Beethoven is March 26th and 27th in Memphis. And I'm the same way, Nicole. I don't like people breathing on me either. And people look at me crazy when I get on the airplane because this is my get up now on the airplanes.
CeeLo Green.
I put on my goggles. I had one of the stewardesses kept walking by me and looking at me one day, and she's like, "Are you watching a movie in there?" I'm like, "No." But they're great. I can sleep. People can turn on their lights. They can open their shades, and it still does not bother me. So.
Oh, cool. No, and I mean, I kind of gotten used to people, not wearing their mask. I'm like, I'll wear mine. I don't care. Does not. I'm a big girl. Little stuff like that don't bother me. But with Omicron coming around, and see, my parents are here visiting from Chicago, and I got my Jerry's up in the house. I can't sit there and have somebody get me sick and I get them sick.
Mm-hmm.
So we ain't playing that game up in here. So
I still give people shady looks when they're not wearing a mask. I just do.
Oh, I did this to a woman today. I was like, mm-mm.
Mm-mm. People are still not washing their damn hands in these airports.
Yep.
I'm like, really now? Like 2 years into a pandemic and you're not. That's how I am. That's my energy. Like,
yep.
What gets me are the people sitting in the airport eating and like licking their fingers and whatnot. And I'm just like, wait, what? We still do that?
Oh my God. Jeff, oh my gosh. How are you? I haven't talked to you. Jeff lives in Germany. He sings. And what house do you sing in, Jeff? What's your house?
Jeff, you up early. Oh, maybe not.
No. Everyone.
For a Saturday, though, that's early for me.
Everyone is mandated. What's going on in Germany, Jeffrey? Tell us. What's happening over there?
You're my lovely little turned out. Hey, girl, I'm looking forward to hearing you. I heard you good.
Oh, that's on the
She's amazing,
baby.
Yeah, Lexi sings down.
Yes.
Straniero ascolta.
Beautiful soul. Oh, yes, Shemnith. Yeah. That's the theater that he was at. What's going on, Jeff? 8 a.m. It's 8 a.m.
Okay. Oh, you and Morris as Timur and Liu, that would be hot.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff,
is it going to be live streamed or whatever?
I don't know. I have to find that out.
Ooh, they broke the bank for that. They broke the bank for that cast.
Okay.
They really did. I mean, it was like
with Lexi and John Burton and Morris and Nicole, that's a lot of money.
Wow, that PPP loan must have came through. Come through. Yes.
Well, they're only doing two. I think they're doing a Don Carlo as well. So it's just us and Don Carlo. So I think that, you know, if you got just 2 shows, you might as well just.
Oh, those 2 little shows. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to do them, just do it. You know, you ain't doing nothing else. I don't think. I think that's it. You know, they're starting so late in the season and just doing those 2. So
that means that PPP loan got reimbursed, got paid back from the
government.
Okay.
They ain't have to pay that back.
They got to build back better loan for them.
I know that's right.
Their stages were saved for sure.
Okay, my husband got me this little ring light that I could clip onto my stuff, and it's dying. First time using it, like I'm getting darker and darker, and less. It's getting worse and worse. So.
Yeah. How's Stan doing?
Stanley is doing good, honey. See, now they got enough. Stan's doing good. We're all doing well up in here. It's nice. You know, my parents have been here since before Christmas, and they'll be here until the 4th. So we've all been up in here, you know, like packed into like. But it's good though. We're all having a good time.
Good. It was so nice to meet Morgan.
Yeah, I hate you didn't get a chance to you know, see Stan or Julian, but you know they.
Okay.
I forgot what their deal. Oh, that was when Julian hurt his foot. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. No. Next time.
Yeah.
Yo, Jeff, what do you got?
Morgan was in the shower, just peeped in and said, "Tell Karen I said hi."
Hey, Morgan. Virgo
say hey.
Virgo forever. Yes. Well, some of the theaters are closed, but you cannot audition without being fully vaccinated and show proof of to audition.
Oh wow,
that's good. Wow. People don't want your germs.
What do y'all? So Kenny, is New York getting better? Has it peaked yet?
No. New York was great before Thanksgiving. And then all of a sudden it went to hell. Like when all of the tourists came here, like they always do every year, and we let them in here, the cases just started going crazy because it's packed. It's more packed than normal between like the week of Thanksgiving and the week after New Year's. And so I'm not surprised that the cases are out of control here right now. Like out of control. And you see people outside, you know, in all the big touristy spots with no masks and carrying on and acting crazy. But then you also see lines wrapped around the block with people trying to get tests. And so I guess it's like a catch-22, but Broadway is, you know, really suffering. The Radio City Rockettes shut down. Alvin Ailey shut down. Like it's just horrible. I'm really surprised that the Met is continuing to push through, even with all the cancellations and throwing covers in and people learning stuff at the last minute. But they're keeping the doors open, and now they've mandated that everybody has to be boosted in addition to vaccinated. So it's weird here. It's really weird.
What do you think would happen if, like, they keep saying, "Oh, you got to get another shot. Oops, you got to get another shot."
I don't listen. The way people have to, I can't take the flu shot because I have an egg allergy, and that's one of the things that in the flu shot. But people take flu shots every year. I don't mind having to take a booster for this every year if it comes to that.
But not every year. Literally, it seems like they're trying to get us to take it every like
minutes. That's what I'm saying. That's
right? No, right. They're saying that the UK and Germany are testing a 4th shot.
Israel, Israel's already on the 4th shot.
Yeah, they requiring that now in Israel.
I don't like that.
See, but they aren't having the issues that we're having here yet either.
Right.
So we still gonna keep getting shot every 6 months.
I have not had any reactions to the shot, so I'm not that pressed over it. But I'm just like, literally, when I saw them talking about that in Israel, I was like, okay, come on. I was like, for real.
And I'm not anti-vax at all. But I'm just
but I'm like, come on.
I hate needles. I've always been scared of needles. I don't like them at all. So it's a blessing that I'm not a crackhead. But I just can't do needles.
Crack, you shoot meth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not an expert with the drugs. I'm not. Whatever the drug is that you have to shoot up, I can't do it.
Nothing I know from personal experience.
You watch
Listen,
The Wire. You watch The Wire, Karen.
I've never seen an episode of The
Listen.
Wire. I just know that, you know.
Wait, Kitty, that is stop. Sorry, that is the greatest show ever.
I watched Oz though. Is that helpful?
Ooh, now that was
No.
like Adam
No.
BC Booties. Oh, excuse me.
I've never watched The Wire. I guess I have to check
The
that out.
Wire, literally the best show ever. It changed my life. I'm not even being hyperbolic. It changed my life.
See,
The
Libby
Wire?
never watched it either, so I'm not alone. I watch Law and Order SVU every week.
Oh
That's
my gosh.
Where they start off with a rape or a murder. Yeah.
No. It literally, listen. While I quarantine, I think it's on Amazon Prime. Just watch the first episode. I mean,
Okay.
it's
on Prime.
I think it's on Amazon Prime. It's not on Netflix, but it's literally the best show ever made. And I'm not being hyperbolic.
Listen, and you're talking to someone who's never seen Game of Thrones. I've never seen Insecure. I don't.
That's whatever.
No, I've seen Game of Thrones like 3 or 4 times over.
Oh,
No, that's whatever. That means
Same with Downton
that's
Abbey.
Hallmark Channel. That's Hallmark Channel. That's
I
not.
love me some Downton, baby. But
Wait,
I
have
do.
y'all seen Southside on HBO?
That's what I'm getting ready to start.
Even
is
that,
hilarious.
nothing. It doesn't compare. Perfect writing. It's brilliant writing.
All right, Sean, we heard
Okay.
Saying. Now, the thing is, it's kind of antiquated now. It was made like 20 years ago or 15 years ago, so it's kind of old school now. But like, it's still amazing.
Yeah. Come here.
Is it like a Black Sopranos?
It's better.
It's better.
It's set in Baltimore, and it's about drugs. But
And wait,
every
in season 2, season 2 is with the young boys, right? When Stringer Bell and them come in.
I think so.
That's
Season
the
4,
best
though,
season, hands down.
Season 4, though, I'm just balling the whole time. If that's the education season, I'm just like,
yeah,
it just grabs your heart.
Since we're talking about drugs,
Speaking of drugs,
can I mean, let's go back to Hot Topics just a little bit. What y'all think about what happened in the trial with Jussie Smollett?
What happened?
Oh,
He was doing the coke and the drugs and stuff in the bathhouse with the boy when they was playing in the rehearsal for the
with his
thing.
trainer.
oh, I didn't know that.
Training. What is he training?
I didn't follow the trial.
I didn't either.
You gotta get him up to speed. King.
Yeah.
Listen, he took the stand, which was stupid. I wouldn't have taken the stand if I was him.
No.
But he admitted that, first of all, he talked to Don Lemon about some of the gay stuff that they could do or should do and the drugs and this and that. Tried to throw Don under the bus.
Ooh.
You see Don ain't respond. But he said that he was in the bathhouse with the Bolo African boy, and they were just doing touchy-feely, hand-jobby stuff while they were doing the coke and all that. And they had planned, and they ran through and did a rehearsal of the event. Like, how you gonna do the rehearsal? The rehearsal got caught on the camera. And now that the jury came back, and there was one black man on the jury, he was like, I didn't want to, think the black man was guilty, but his story was just so unbelievable. Just none of it ever made sense. So I had to say guilty. Child, now Jussie's still trying to claim he innocent. Honey, he should have just apologized, paid the fine, and went on his way. He is gay and light-skinned and pretty. He was
trying to talk his way into some jail time.
He was always going to work. I mean, you're from a legacy family. You're light-skinned. You're pretty. You were on a hit show. You're always going to work. Like, what were you doing? What were you doing?
He said it wasn't enough fame for him.
So they recorded the rehearsal?
The rehearsal got caught on the cameras.
Wow.
And you work in Hollywood and you're recording the
How did I miss that?
Child.
We record our rehearsals. We like to go back and listen and see what we can make.
I was gonna make some jokes, but I'm not going to.
Exactly. And John Christopher said that, and you're not just doing no touchy-feely in the bathhouse. Come on.
Right.
They love each other.
Child.
Right? But Jesse had another boyfriend. Right? But he really liked the guy. The other guy.
One of the guys.
One of the guys who he committed the crime with.
And he said,
like, okay, now I'm gonna come around the corner, and then you go.
I could see him sitting in his bed that night, looking at that video on his phone, be like, oh, "I just didn't sell that when he hit me."
Action.
Right.
But listen. Don't we talk about my Nigerian cousins? They're both Nigerian.
Oh yes, they are Nigerian.
They are. Yep. And they got the deal, and they're not going to jail.
Nope.
They sang like canaries.
Because we know how to hustle. We know how to hustle.
They walked in there and said, "Give us free. Give us free."
Okay. Give us free.
Okay, so the next trial is Ghislaine Maxwell.
Guilty.
Yes. She looking at 70, 80 years, ain't she?
How many?
She looking down the pipe at 70 or 80 years.
Oh, good.
She should start singing. She should start singing right now.
And she's the meme of
the song
the
has
week.
been sung. It's too late for her.
No.
No.
Oh no.
She can still make a deal for
civil
sentencing.
trials. There's a civil trial that's coming up against Prince Andrew.
Honey, she better get that legato line together and start singing some arias. He did it. He did it. Listen,
I have a feeling
Bill Clinton, Donald Trump.
You gonna think
She's gonna end up like a man in the
well, you know.
Wait, did y'all see that meme that said finishing each other's sentences?
Yeah, true love.
Yeah, that was cute.
but listen though,
I would name everybody.
The people who need to be watching her on 24-hour watch need to have people watching them watch her on 24-hour suicide watch, because
well, you know, they also just dropped the charges against those guards who were guarding him that night.
They did.
They dropped the entire case against both of them.
Inside job. Inside.
I hope they got their money wired.
To Switzerland. Don't wire it in the States.
I mean, clearly, I'm sure that the guards were paid to do that.
Clearly.
So I hope they got their funds and got to live a little bit before they go to jail.
Listen,
they're not going to jail. They're free.
Okay.
They completely free. No, he dropped the charges. Jesus dropped the charges.
Listen, and she's going to Orange is the New Black very, very soon.
Yeah.
Damn.
And rightfully so.
I don't know if
I'm sorry. That was a grown woman, and
I don't
she
think
better
she's
than
gonna
sit
laugh.
there and supply that man with
I don't think she's gonna make it.
Okay, come on. Listen, I'll go put something on Jussie's books.
I bet you would.
You need a hot plate, Jussie?
You want to buy him an iPad?
Well, apparently, I just found out via Instagram the prisoners need headphones because they can't watch community TV unless it's in a headphone.
You can hear the speak. You can't hear the sound. It's like watching a silent movie.
And apparently ramen noodles are the hottest item in the commissary. I've been learning a lot.
To answer Dave, I do think that people are going to go back to the theater. I think people will go back to the theaters. I mean, I know
going to the Met, child.
Well, hey, all I know is San Francisco was packed. It was full every night.
It was packed here too. Yeah, I think people will come back. Yeah.
I think people want to go back to the theaters. I think you just got to have some stuff that people want to see.
Right. Well.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, you know, as obvious with you know, Fire. So people came to that.
Listen, that show was oversold. People were they lined up in the Excelsior Pass line and the vaccine card line. They were getting in there.
Yeah. So I mean, I definitely think people are gonna come back to the theaters once the pandemic is over. It's gonna be different, but I still think there's room for digital stuff. Just like I said, I have queued up on my computer to sit there and watch Snowy Day. I like that flexibility of being able to see something online if I want to as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do like the flexibility of it, but I'm sick of it. Chauncey and I, after we towards the end of the run of the Porgy, we just started going to Broadway shows and seeing everything, and gladly we did. Thankfully we did, because everything shut down as soon as we finished. Mm-hmm. It's horrible, but people are still going to the Met.
Listen, that's what's going on over there.
Yeah, what's going on?
Gulp is like, take your ass out there.
Listen, get out there. Get out there and make that money.
Ike Gelb is like,
sing the aria anime. Sing the aria anime.
Sing that aria. Sing it again.
Yeah, he's like, the show must go on.
What am I missing? What happened? Because I know a lot of people have been jumping in and stuff like that. Is that what y'all mean?
It's jumping central over there.
Really?
Oh yeah. People dropping like flies.
They double dutching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, Vanessa Bacaro sang learned the role in 7 hours and sang from the pit.
Whoa.
For which opera?
Learned it in 7 hours. Not brushed it up. Learned it.
Wait, squeeze me. Did she not have a cover, or was she the cover already?
I think she was a cover. The cover had already dropped. Listen, people are like,
which opera was this?
Cendrillon, yeah.
Oh, wow.
People are making
that's not something everybody know.
Yeah, right. People that debut. I mean, I think it's fantastic that people who probably would have not gotten an opportunity to do it get a chance to make their debuts and jump in and all that kind of stuff. But my God, poor Paul Hopper. Shout out to Paul Hopper and Michael Heaston.
Get well, Paul, because Paul is stuck in the house.
Who are over there like, who can you sing? Can you sing this note?
Can you sing this note right here?
Can you sing this note? Okay, you're gonna make that debut tomorrow. Like, it's real in these streets out here.
Wow.
Real.
I told somebody, I was like, you need to just check the schedule for the next 3 months and just see if there's something you can sing, and then Sandra to slide on it.
Hey, but that always goes to show.
Stay ready.
No favors the prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And if you got the stones to get up there and pull it off, do it. You never know what that blessing's gonna bring. So
you never know. Just be ready.
Yeah, always.
And I think if you're not a wind instrument, you've got to be masked in the pit there, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think that's pretty much everywhere. It's just I think it's just the wind instruments that and maybe some of the brass. Yeah, of course, the brass instruments as well.
Yeah.
Anything you got to blow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Happy New Year! It's Happy New Year in the mountain central mountain.
What's up with them Colorado folk? Anybody y'all know anybody?
Fires. Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know.
Happy New Year. It's 201.
Everyone I know out there is Martin.
Happy New Year, Puerto Rico.
Well, bravo to Jeffrey. Get that money.
Okay. Get all the money.
Okay.
Wow.
Three Bacchus in 3 theaters. Wow. For the lost year.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a role I need to learn.
You certainly do. And
oh my God.
And we need to do it together.
Yes.
I love that so much.
I do too. How can I get hired to sing the Ariadne for like, that's crazy.
Have they not heard your Escape Reich?
Child, they be acting like I'm not that girl.
Baby, just give them the Einschönes vibe.
They be trying to act like I'm not that German. That's my shit. Okay. It's okay. God provides in the right time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Volvart-ish? Is that it?
Yeah, Volvart-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my dream roles. That's one of my dream roles. Yeah. My husband's like, oh God, Ariadne. Everything I love, he hates. What? He doesn't like Tosca. He doesn't like Aida. He doesn't like, what else? Trovatore he likes because it's the tunes, of course. But like he likes modern opera, like new works. He likes things that he feels like he can connect to, you know.
Oh, okay.
He likes John Adams, the flowering tree. We saw Russ do the flowering tree. Like that's his stuff. And then for the traditional things, it's always the things that I'm not in that he likes more. Like he likes the priest in Aida. Radames. I'm like, who comes to see the fucking priest? Like, yeah, right. Like he's like, it's not that you're not good. It's just that like the other music. I was like, okay, fine. Whatever.
I'm surprised he don't like Act 2 of Tosca.
He doesn't like Act 2 of Tosca at all.
Who doesn't
What?
like what?
He does not.
How can you not like Act 2 of Tosca?
That's my shit right there.
Too much. He's like, it's just too much. Like, it's just everyone's singing loud and it's opera. Like, right. But it's like chocolate cake with chocolate icing and chocolate chips and like chocolate like icing. I said that's why people go to the opera, because it's like quadruple chocolate. He's like, yeah, it's too much for me. So
Listen, and let me tell y'all, that Sandra Rodnowski sang the fool out of that Tosca at the Met, honey.
That's what everybody keeps saying.
That bitch ate the stage apart and hollered.
She
Is
sang.
her production on demand? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I went and saw it live. That gal hollered over that Tosca.
Wow.
Well, the serious broadcast that I heard, I was like, man.
Yes. She attacked that.
Yeah, I was like, yes, yeah, girl. She sang that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she sang that.
Mm-hmm.
And Yannick was letting her have it in the pit. He was like this, and she was like, and what?
Yeah. He was just like conducting. He didn't hold them back. They were all wailing. The orchestra was playing loud. Like, how'd you get knocked off, Sean? I'm sorry. How long you been waiting, Sean? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm enjoying the conversation.
I thought he just left and was like, didn't say goodbye.
Got kicked out.
Diva. No. She sang down. I was like, oh, ma'am.
Down. Yes, indeed.
So what? Huh?
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Oh, sorry. Did y'all hear that? I put myself on mute. I was telling Morgan to get a brush. Sorry. I put myself on mute.
What are y'all looking forward to? Like, even outside of this crazy business, like, what are y'all looking forward to?
Listen, I love people, so we have to stop. This pandemic stuff has to stop. I'm a huge extrovert, you know. Yeah,
I'm not even an extrovert, and I'm like, I miss people.
I know. I know, right? And my wife is an introvert, and even she's like, okay, enough of this.
I'm an extrovert when I'm paid to be.
So. Oh, right.
I have to say, I'm looking forward to seeing people and being with people and not feeling that, like you were saying, Kenny, how you ain't got a problem giving somebody side eye. I'm tired of giving people side eye for not wearing a mask. I think there's been so much division, and I mean, people say it all the time, so much division in this country. I think Trump brought a lot of division, and then the pandemic added a whole nother level of division upon people. Whereas, like, you had the political divide, and then you got the medical divide, and so it's just like right now, it's just like people I used to really like and talk to in the past and stuff. Like now, I see them like if I know they ain't wearing a mask, or if I knew that they were like serious hardcore Trumpers and stuff, I look at them like. And I mean, these were my boys and my girls before all of this.
Right.
I kind of I want to go back to where we were all like ignorant and living in bliss of just being friends,
Right.
I didn't know everything about you, and we weren't so diametrically opposed on everything. Mm-hmm. That I want that. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to going back to some of that ignorance.
It has to happen. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if we can go back to that level of ignorance, though.
I don't think so.
You may be right, but at least with the pandemic,
I'm gonna claim it.
Come on, Sean, we'll claim it together.
Right.
Run for president, Sean.
Everyone hate me. I'm too honest. The right and the left will hate me.
My campaign is doomed because of the 90s. If they go digging.
Lemmy needs to run. Lemmy, come on. Lemmy's a politician in here.
He is a politician.
Come on, Lem.
Come on, Lemmy. Run on for a long time.
Well, at least run for president of AGMA.
Mercy.
Now, they don't want that.
Well, no.
Oh, AGMA.
No, I'm not a politician.
Has AGMA been good for y'all during the pandemic?
No.
I'm on the opposing side. No?
It hasn't been good for soloists. It's been good for the other arms of what they do, but
So,
not
so,
for.
so, so, so you know, I'm ignorant to all this. You know, explain. What, you know,
I
are
mean,
they
they
like?
were when we
They
were in
weren't.
LA.
Mhm.
AGMA was constantly changing the goalposts for us. You know, when we arrived, we were told, okay, you all have to be masked in rehearsals. Then once you move to the stage, you can unmask, you know, and then we'll have different testing protocols, blah, 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 blah. Halfway through the rehearsal process, we get a message saying, looks like we're not going to allow you guys to be unmasked until the final dress rehearsal.
Oh wow!
And then we got another one saying you may not be able to unmask even then, and may have to unmask for the performance. So we ended up doing like a email writing campaign to AGMA, most of the principals, and I was like, you know, look, this is a major house debut for me. You guys are handicapping me if I'm not going to be able to sing in this house without a mask on until opening night. I'll
Right.
never know what it sounds like to sing without a mask, and this is a major debut. And
Wow.
they
But was that
finally.
AGMA or the city?
This was AGMA's decision on that part.
Yeah, ACMA has its own set of rules within the federal government's rules, within
Yeah.
state government's rules, within city government's rules.
So
Okay, because it was weird.
LA had to implement more testing once we got to Tech Week in order for us to be unmasked during this. So
what was that? Let me.
This was in October, September,
Yeah, I remember
October.
that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you got great reviews, so that's good.
Yeah, they're okay. They're okay.
Yeah.
There's always
There were
one.
a couple of them. I was like, wait, what show were they watching?
Right.
Right.
You know.
Are y'all
Right.
really?
Now, I sang in a mask for the Omaha Symphony when I did the chanson, the poem of love in the poems of the love in the sea, and I was like, never again. I'm standing on the
You
stage.
did the actual performance in a mask?
Sure did.
Wow.
Wow.
And this was like middle of early last year or something like that. I can't remember, but like in the KN 95 mask, everyone's on the stage, everyone's masking the house, and I'm like, I'm standing here, and I'm the singer in a mask singing, and I was just like, this is stupid. And I told my agent, I said, if I have to sing in a mask for performance, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, that's stupid.
One, and also the thing is that when you're a performer, it's not just our voices, it's our faces, it's our eyes, it's our expressions, and they miss all of that. You know, I mean, it was like that. I mean, like Lemmy, I'm sure, you know, if you were going that way all the way through your rehearsal process up to the performances, you needed to see what was going on in your colleagues' faces. Acting is reacting, and if you can't,
it got to the point where it started affecting things I was doing technically as well. You know, notes I'd never had issues with. I've always had an easy high C. You know, there were days I couldn't even get it to come out. You know, and I was just kind of like to the point where I was like, oh, do I need to lower this aria down a half step to get through this? You know, and Morris is like, no, don't do that. But you know, it got to the point to where, you know, even in the beginning, you know, they would be saying, oh, I need to hear more of this, I need to hear more of that. I'm like, I'm giving you that, but you're not hearing it because of this mask. Well, I need you to over exaggerate. I said, no, I can't do that because it's going to start affecting what I do on a regular basis. So it got to the point where there were days where we would be in rehearsals and they would be saying, oh, we need this. Well, we would just kind of, for a few seconds, pull our mask down and sing it and be like, you're getting this. You just can't hear it because of this mask. And, you know, and it got to the point where I was, you know, if Morris hadn't been there, I don't know if I would have made it through the rehearsal process, because he spoke up for me in a lot of instances where I didn't have the ability to be able to do it on my own. And so, you know, there were times when they would want me to do something and you know, oh, we want you to run across the stage and run up the rake on this and then come back down here to the, you know, run up stage up left and then come back down right and then, you know, start di qua la pera. And Morris is like, no, that ain't gonna work.
Right.
And they were like, wait, but you know, he has to try it. Because no, it's not gonna work. He's like, you about to ask this man to sing probably one of the most famous things in opera, and you're gonna make him run up to the top of the stage and then back down right and then start the song. No, that's not gonna work. Well, he should try it first. And then Maestro was like, no, Morris is right. That's not gonna work. You need to find another way. And that was the end of the discussion. But even Maestro was like, you know, I need to hear this, I need to hear that, hear that. it got so frustrating. And I know by the time, there were times where people started like ripping off their masks in rehearsal. It got frustrating.
Wow.
Because people were like, "Oh, I need to hear this. I need to hear this," and they were just like, and they'd be like, "Yes, that's what I want."
Well,
It's
we're
like,
in a fucking mat. Like,
Yeah.
please. Yeah, I already know. Yeah, because people are impatient with that and they don't understand because they're not doing it.
Right.
Yeah, and they were sticklers. We had a COVID officer in the room with us, and if your mask slipped off your nose or popped up above your lower lip,
Yeah,
they would stop rehearsals and be like, "You need to change your mask.
we
You
had
need
that.
a new mask."
Yep.
In Cincinnati Opera, when I did my workshop, they had what do you call it? They had a COVID compliance officer, and she
Yep.
had like a tape measure. I mean,
Yep.
she had a tape measure. Like you had to be this feet apart. And she was on it.
Listen, in Seattle, we had things that we wore on our wrists, and if you were closer than 6 feet, it would go off.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, in San Francisco, they gave us made masks that were measured for our faces, and they kind of looked like an elephant's tusk, the way it came off. And it was funny because I ended up meeting the woman who created them, and because it came out from your face and then dropped down, and they had a pocket where you could open it up at the bottom where it was just like hollow at the bottom. So we were all like, "Why are we? If we can open this up, how is this effective?" And she said, that the research that they has done is that the expectorant that they had looked at of how much when you're singing, how much air comes out, that when it hits the cotton, COVID does not live on cotton. So when it hits that first and then drops down, what's dropping down is just plain old air, not COVID air. It's like it was very interesting the way she said it. So I called the opera. I was like, "Can I have one, please?" So I was able to get me one, and I'm going to use it. I mean, it's not the most ideal situation, but they say is like when you have it open, when it's closed, it's an N95. When it's open, it's like 91% of an N95. Which is, pretty good, and I feel you can sing it. I know a lot of other singers were having problems with it. It didn't bother me that much, but it was the thing. You really had to be proficient and very aware of your own support system in your body and how you make your mechanism work, because you're going to hear and feel different things. And if you try and adjust to try and feel and hear what you usually do, instead of just trusting that what you always do is going to be there, you're going to jack yourself up. You're going to oversing, you're going to push or do whatever like that. So you just got to trust that what you were doing before that mask went on your face is still happening with the mask on. It's tough.
Yeah.
And I don't think that maybe the people on the other side understand that part.
No.
They just don't, it's fine, I mean, there was this significant difference when I was singing in the mask in the room, and then when I went on the stage, to do the resist probe, and they were like, "Oh my God," and I'm like, "Whoa, I mean, you hired me because you know I can do the thing." So the mask is not like, it's not acoustic in that way, and so I think that we have to just be a little bit more patient and kind, because artists, we are having to adjust to everything.
Yes.
Everything.
Yeah.
But I think the thing is that I think going into this next year, they're going to recognize that. For them, they don't know either. We're all learning on that situation. So
yeah,
so
I can't. I'm sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
No, another controversial thing. How's the Met acting these days? Because they were a mess during the pandemic.
Who?
Oh, when they were closed.
The Met. Yeah, the Met.
Yeah.
Because didn't they not pay their musicians?
Oh, you trying to start shit?
See, you and Lemmy always starting shit.
Right. Sean, ain't you sleepy?
Violence in the new year.
I think those who were too was like, "Listen, I need my money." They left, and then those who wanted to stay around, I think stayed around. I don't really know personally, but
no, I'm not trying to throw shade. I mean, I love the Met, but I mean,
they weren't paying people. Yeah. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just gonna say this one little thing. I thought when when the Met, when everything was going on during the pandemic, I thought the Met missed an opportunity to really uplift and support singers that weren't their mainstays,
Mhm.
5 big singers that they always had. Because they were doing recitals for like $20 a pop or whatever,
Mhm.
they could have been putting others. For me, I felt they could have put other singers up that worked at the house who weren't name brands, who could have just propelled them into being name brands during the next season when they came back. Because if you sat up there and saw somebody doing a recital, I'm like, oh, that person was a good singer. I never really paid that much attention to because they always put Nip Trepko on or something. I would love to see her every time they do, a toss or they do something like that. But God has a way, because like y'all saying, if they're just putting people on, with all people are getting to go on because of people pulling out because they're sick and stuff. Those people are getting that experience anyway, so their chance to get on that stage either way.
Yeah.
So, but during that pandemic, they could have really boosted so many new stars into their repertoire. But they stay with their tried and true. They stay with their Renees
I'm
and
sure
their
it's
not even just boosting them. They could have just helped. It could have been more of a financial support for the artists who needed it instead of those who weren't really hurting.
Well.
Yeah.
Yes, they were the ones that were really hurting a lot. And they, but like I said, but now it seems that because of COVID and everything's going on now, people are getting a chance to get that uplift and be seen at the Met. So I'm happy that that's happening. So
I mean, I'm sure it's complicated. I just know a lot of the orchestra musicians, which is so sad. I read in the paper. I mean, again, I don't know the finances. I don't know the ins and outs, and I don't want to like presume anything about the administration. But it was just interesting because the small company that I work with, they kept things going. I mean, and they didn't keep it going for the season. They kept it going just so they can pay the musicians something. So they tried all these things, whether it was virtual. Some failed, some were great, but they just kept trying stuff. And I said, well, if a small little company can do this, just to pay them something.
The orchestra. I feel like the orchestra got hit the hardest because they had no work. They were doing all these programs and doing these recitals and things like this, but nobody in the orchestra was working. There were people in the orchestra who had to like leave New York,
right?
Because they couldn't even like live there anymore.
But that wasn't just isolated to just New York. I mean, it was an orchestra issue, period. Just like you said, everyone, LA, Houston, everybody had a recital series, or they did something with just a very small group of people. So the orchestra members got screwed across the board, across everywhere. It was horrible.
That's true.
But some people did pay some of them people though.
I think that again, it's that idea of that you have to have multiple things coming in, and that whole racehorse mentality of like, you only can think about this. You only can do this one thing. You only can think about singing at the Met and La Scala and Berlin. Like there's just like it, and that's fine for some people, or you can only think about Carnegie Hall, but the idea that you get stuck. I think what's happening for the singers is that the smaller companies were paying out because they already budgeted. So they were paying the full fees because they already knew. And the larger companies were not paying the contracts, or they were saying we're only going to pay 10% or 15%.
Yeah.
So for $100,000 contract at 10%, you're like, what?
Right.
And I got to pay my agent out of that?
Right.
And you've already learned like the music.
You spent that much learning the music.
Right.
Absolutely. Airbnb or whatever. If you don't, for the larger contract, you don't get the housing unless, unless they give it to you. I mean, it's just, And I think the idea that donors and board people don't understand what goes into making opera is the biggest issue. And then they don't know the orchestra's not getting paid. They don't know that the singers don't get paid until 4 weeks after the fact.
Right, and they don't know that the singers have to pay for their own housing at all these big companies.
Yeah,
and all the money that we have to put out before we get there. Like before the first day of rehearsal, we put out thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and if it's a new work, it's more than that, because then you have to a new work that's complicated. then it's more time invested and more money invested in all of those things. And so,
and that's something that they don't tell a lot of younger artists as well.
No, they
because
don't.
that was something I learned when I got my contract with LA. The upfront costs I was going to have to put out for housing and whatnot, and it was not cheap.
Nope.
It was not cheap at all.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting that all of the places that we have to pay our own housing are the cities that are the most expensive
Yes.
in the country.
See, I didn't know that. I thought the companies paid your housing. I'm all ignorant.
Some do.
Some do. Not the ones that you automatically think of.
Yeah, and I'm about to say it, like he said, it's the houses that are in the cities that are cost the most money.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So if
crazy.
you think about New York, DC, LA, San Francisco, Chicago, in Houston and Dallas, those places are very expensive to live. And those are the places that expect us to pay for our own living while we're there for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 2 months. It's not easy. And that you got to put that money down before you arrive.
Mm-hmm. And then sorry, Ken.
And the money you put out to learn the role, and depending on when you get the contract, it's 6 months, a year, 2 years before. And so you start your preparation. Then you're seeing your coaches, you're seeing your teachers, you're burning the midnight oil on your own. It's a lot. And then you still have to eat and survive while you're there before the first performance comes, when you get, a per performance check. And our business is pay to play.
So wait a minute. So you get paid per performance, not
Yes. You don't get paid if you don't perform. You don't get paid.
Period.
That's why people who are feeling sick.
Wait.
You can go through the entire rehearsal process. Do the dress
hopefully
rehearsal.
You'll get a per diem. Hopefully you
might get a per diem.
Some people you get a per diem. So when you get there, you'll get a rehearsal fee, and sometimes even that rehearsal fee may even come out of your check, out of your fee.
And sometimes it's given in fee. It's in segments. Yeah.
Yeah. So
so I know, for example, the Met chorus and the Houston chorus, they, in their contract, they have to learn the music in rehearsal. But y'all can't learn your music on the spot. So you don't get paid for learning the music beforehand.
You got to show it's in the contract. Show up with your shit learned.
Oh yes, and if you don't, you're going home.
Out.
Yep. And so,
unless you're a big star and they spoon feed it to you, that's a different scenario. But the letter of the contract, the 4 walls of the contract, always say arrive with your shit learned on day one.
Because the difference with what the chorus is doing and having the chorus learn the music in there, that way they're all learning in unison. They're learning the exact way the rhythms are going to be going, the dialect, all of that's going to be in one thing. But us, we got to come in knowing all that stuff on GP on our own. And so therefore you have to have coaching. So you have to have voice lessons. And all
so it's a gamble then, because if you get sick.
Yeah.
So, for example, without putting too much business out on the street, but it's pretty well known. During Porgy and Bess, one of our principals got sick and missed 4 performances. And so those 4 checks for those 4 performances went to the cover, not you. So it's pay to play. Point blank, period.
Wow.
And this is the real hustle. If sometimes when people are sick, what they will do is they will literally bark their way all the way to that intermission. Because if you get to intermission, you get your check. So don't bark and all the way to intermission and be like, okay, I'm going home. And leave. People try and get through.
Listen, some piss poor vocal performances that you may hear, it could be just somebody sick and they can't afford to lose their check that night. I mean, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
And it's the same thing. Even with last year when I was preparing for Trovatore, I couldn't prepare roles like I normally prepare them. I didn't have access to coaches like you normally have. I had to find a coach who I could convince to pay to come to Missouri for a week to work with me.
Wow.
So that meant flying them to Missouri, putting them up in a hotel for a week, taking care of their living expenses for that week while they were there.
Wow.
And getting a week worth of coaching. Luckily, I had some colleagues who were willing to sing the other roles to kind of help me prepare for it. But the expense between bringing the coach to Missouri and bringing and getting housing beforehand, that was 2/3 of my fees before I even made it to LA.
And we haven't even talked about agent fee, agent commission,
right?
and
The agent commission, right? And taxes, and
a couple families coming from this part.
And then what happened to me? Like opening night, I injured my back, in the first act of the opera. So I'm wondering whether or not I'm going to be able to finish. So that would have been a whole check. If I had to stop after Act 1, that would have been a whole check that I'd lost.
And I flew up there to see you, so you better have sang.
And she was there, and I, so at when I came off stage, they had a doctor waiting for me to check me out, to check out my back where I'd injured my back. I pushed through it. I had to push through the pain.
And that can cause major anxiety too, I'd imagine. Like, because that's your livelihood,
Yeah, it was. And every breath I took was painful that night. And what got me through it was my soprano the whole time, because she would, we walked through, we redid all the blocking that we needed to do for the Act 3, for the aria and whatnot. And the whole time she was just like, don't worry about singing. Don't think about singing. Concentrate on your pain. Concentrate just on the pain. And with every breath, that sharp pain would shoot up my back. At the end of the night, when I was sitting in my dressing room, and Maestro walks by, and he said, I don't know what happened, but that was the best I'd ever heard you sing that aria tonight. And I just started concentrating on the pain. The more I tried, I figured the more I fought it, the worse it felt. So just lean into it and go. And Nicole saw me afterwards. I couldn't even enjoy the party afterwards because I was sitting there all stoved up.
It's not all glory and glamour out in these operatic streets, honey. It's not. And soloists do not have the protections that choruses do.
Yeah, but I do have to say, LA Opera went above and beyond to take care of me.
Good.
The next morning, that night they were calling me when I got home. Next morning, they were calling me first thing in the morning. How are you doing? We have you an appointment with this chiropractor. Go visit them, do whatever, get an adjustment, do whatever needs to be done. At each performance after that, they had a massage therapist, chiropractor set up in a quick change booth backstage, just in case I needed them at each performance. So they made sure that I had everything I needed to be successful. And I will be forever grateful to them for that. Cool. Because so many others could have just been like, oh, well, we can always get somebody else.
Yeah. But I think that goes back to what the original thing was about AGMA, is that the a lot of the things that were done during the pandemic really did benefit the chorus, actors, and all of that type of stuff. But for us, it was basically, we're going to start taking more percentages out of your, we're going to drop your percentage of your fee depending on how much you make. We're going to take this much. You're going to take a price cut, basically.
Mandatory price cut.
And but if it happens at the Met and it flows there's for all intents and purposes probably going to keep trickling down to every other theater and the thing is, we're the people everybody comes to see. Nobody's coming to see the supers. They're coming to hear, they're coming to hear the artists that are out there singing, and we're the ones that have to, like you say, we have to pay our own insurance. We have to pay our agents. We have to pay our housing. We have to pay for food while we're there. Not only that, we still all have homes someplace else that we have to pay for.
Right.
And these are all things that we need, and they're wanting to take away from our fee, which is already going to be just strangled as it is. And we're the only ones that are getting treated that way. So it really does. It's not the most helpful.
Do you think that there's something that can be done so that these contracts are changed, that once we sign them, because as a composer, I get a certain percentage when I sign a contract. Why isn't that way with singing?
The only way this could honestly change is if every single singer stood up and said, I ain't gonna sing. Y'all are not gonna sit there and do this to us. We are not gonna sing. But no one's ever going to do it. As long as you got
but
one
they
singer
got you.
and say, one singer will just say, well, I'll do it.
Yeah,
There's always
they
going to
got
be
you
that one.
because if the Met calls, you're gonna sing. If Lyric calls, you're gonna sing. If LA calls, if Houston calls, you're gonna sing. Right? I mean, and I get it. You know, you're not gonna miss
And
the opportunity.
that was the same thing with like audition fees and whatnot. There's always going to be somebody who, when people are trying to stand up to say, no, we're not going to do it anymore. There's always going to be that one or two are going to be like, oh, well, I'll pay it. Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah. That's nothing for me.
And first of all, during this panty, I have never gotten so many emails from AGMA. I was like, if I see y'all in my email box one more time, I'm gonna block you. But one of the emails that came out was the results of the voting for all of these issues that you all are talking about. And to see how the votes broke down with who was in favor of what issue, we would never get anything done that would work totally in our favor.
Yeah.
Never. It was shocking and hurtful to see how many people were like, oh, I'm fine with that, because folks just want it to work.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And they know people just want to work. Because yes, I love getting money off of this gig, but this is something I love doing. I love performing. That is a passion of mine. So I'm lucky to get a chance to do something I love to do, and they know that. So therefore, people, that was the biggest thing about the pandemic. People were just pissed that they couldn't do what they were living for, what they went to school for. That they had to sit there and so many people were like, I'm not ever going to do any of these video performances because I sing in the theater, because that's what we went to school for. People strived for that. And so, when someone all of a sudden says, okay, well, you can do this, but it's going to be for less money, you're going to be like, okay, and they know that we're going to do that because they know we love our gig.
Yeah.
Can managers and things like that, can they negotiate for us? No, you don't think so? Like
I don't know if agents have the clout that they used to have to be able to do stuff like that.
Because I'm sure the companies are saying the same thing to the managers. Like, okay, well, we'll get somebody else's singers that will say yes.
Yeah.
So tell your people that this is the deal, and if you want your people to sing here, then sign, and we'll see you at rehearsal. Like, it's not.
Yeah. I mean, the manager can only do so much. If AGMA is giving the mandate, this is how much money these people are willing to cap off your fee at. That's what it is.
Yeah. And now this contract that's in place now, is it through 2024, Karen, or 25? It's spring of 24
for
this latest deal.
I think it's for
2024. And so then it comes up for renegotiation again. But
no, but I mean, but can't they say, okay, yes, we will sign this, but we're going to need, a third of the money up front.
Ooh.
Well, there was negotiations where in certain contracts you get 25% when you show up.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Right, remember the 50%, and then you get the payout at the end, the last performance. Like some companies in the pandemic have decided to move forward with that kind of model. Not everybody. The idea that well, shit, like now if you start rehearsal and then all of a sudden somebody tests positive for COVID and then you have to cancel, then everybody's got to go home. Like, who's going to get that? Like, how are you going to recoup those funds?
Yep.
So, okay, so Omicron, the Met, we just talked about this. So the people who had to like use their covers, they just didn't get paid if they caught Omicron, even though they were careful.
No, you don't get paid. You ain't going on stage.
You didn't sing, you didn't get paid.
Period.
That is why you gotta take care of yourself. There was no way on God's green earth when I was in San Francisco, and I mean I loved my cover. She was a sweet child. She even told me, she's like, Nicole, I'm not going on stage. You better go up there. I said, oh honey, you gotta worry about me. I said I take airborne every day, wear my mask, wash my hands. I will be going on that stage come rain or shine. And it ain't always about money. It's just that I know that's where I'm supposed to be. That's what they hired me for. So I'm not coming around shucking and jiving, planning on, missing my cue. So, but yeah, because if you miss it, you just don't get that check. And then you're there for
It's
nothing.
funny,
I'm
the
away
company
from my
that-
family for nothing. That's crazy.
Or
It's
if
funny,
you
the
don't
company
have a cover,
that I worked with, a lot of the principals who were cool as heck, they didn't do certain things that we would do, like go out to lunch. They weren't being antisocial, I don't think.
They're
they're
being
cool people.
they're
I
being
can't.
I want my check.
Yeah.
or when you don't have a cover, if you're sitting in a house that you don't have a cover and you have to go on because you're in a situation where you are working for a company that does not have the resources for that, and then you cause yourself some kind of injury. And I think that comes with experience, right? Like you have to know how to sing around certain things, and so that you have to learn what you need to do in order to get through the night, but you run the risk singing on a swollen cords, a sore throat, a nasal drip, response to the, whatever it is, whatever it, it's risky. It's a very risky career.
But Karen, it's interesting you saying that, but would that happen now? Because of you, if you like, it says, how are you feeling today? Like when you're filling out those little forms and stuff, can we come into the gig with a little bit of allergy sniffles anymore? You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, how's that gonna work out when it's just I'm just not feeling well today?
Yeah,
not COVID, I ain't feeling well.
Right.
So I have one more question. I do need to go to bed. I do, but like, okay, so how do covers get paid then if they don't? Because
they get paid
to sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? When I used to cover at the Met, cover Mets get paid. Well, they used to. I don't know. I'm sure they still do. They get paid well, and you get a nice little check. But you get your check regardless, because as long as your butt shows up and you in that green room or within a certain mile radius, you get your check. But the thing is that if your person you're covering gets sick, then your check gets bumped up to your real fee, or it's a different fee scale. But no, you get a set check that you're gonna get regardless. So you just got to be there and be prepared.
So that's good.
That's good. Seeing when I first got the contract with LA, there were 6 performances. I was originally supposed to cover the first 4 and sing the last 2, and things changed where I ended up singing the first 4 and covering the last 2. So instead of getting the 2 checks, I got 4 checks plus 2 cover checks.
That's great.
And in some situations, exactly. And
I know who that is.
Listen,
that's a great quote, Reggie. That is a great quote. But at the same time, talking about covers, there are certain situations where I'm like, been asked to cover, and I'm like, are y'all sure y'all want to waste this money and just give me these checks? Because I know who I'm covering is never going to cancel. And never has.
I say, give me that check.
Yeah. So I went. I've gone. I went. I covered, and I did it. And I was like, okay, this is basically just a paid vacation, because I'm not coming in with any expectation to sing, unless they get hit by a bus and are laid up in a hospital bed somewhere. I know I'm not going on stage.
Honey, I covered Hae Kyung Hong every time pretty much I was at the Met, and everybody was like, "Oh, she got kids. She always gets sick. You gonna get to go on." She never got sick.
That's the same thing with Rusty. Recovering Rusty. I know. I'm just going to collect the check.
Right. He's gonna get every single coin there is.
All of his coins. All of them.
No, I covered Hae Kyung at the Met in earlier in my career, and I was like, I'm never going on. She's saying, I was like, nope. Never going on. I already can hear it.
Bring your needle and thread, your crochet materials.
With Rusty, I don't care who calls me that day. If I don't hear from Rusty, I know I'm not going on.
My kind of random. My colleague, who's an opera buff, gave me a DVD, an old DVD. No one has DVDs anymore. Porky and Bess and Karen Slack's on there. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm writing for her. I could have. He thought I was like some rock star, because like your name was on this DVD. He loved the Porky and Bess.
Oh, Kenny's on there too in that recording.
Oh, he sure is. Yes. Yes. Aren't we due for another residual check soon? Like, come on, come on.
They gave us 2 cents. We get 2 cents every 10 years. Get out of here.
Listen, I
but
got a check
the
from
one
the Met the other day, and I almost tore it up because I was like, "Why? I don't know what they're sending me. I don't know what this is." And I was like, "Well, let me just go on and open it." It was a residual check from well, I guess the HD or something. I don't know, but I was like, "Oh, I'm glad I didn't tear this up."
Let me tell you what happened with LA Opera. Let me tell you what happened with LA Opera. I got a random check in February for like direct deposit for like $2,000. And I'm like, LA Opera, why do they pay me this much? Is it because I know they did some stuff of mine, but that's a lot of money. So I'm thinking, I just like, okay, I get licensing fees. It's a lot of money. I'm not joking. 6 months later, they contacted me. They were like, we made an error. We paid you this much money. They were like, we need you to pay it back. No, y'all can't do this. Like, I mean, I was gracious. I paid it back. I paid it back. But I'm like,
that's y'all's mistake, not mine.
Right.
Hey.
Mistake. And you know what? Like, here's the thing. I have a job. I'm a professor, so I could probably do it. But like, someone else, none of it spent.
Yeah.
Shit, I'd have been like,
I'm redoing my house.
I'm like, do. The number.
That's a big old house too.
Okay.
Like this number that you have reached is out of service.
Yes.
Like, I mean,
please add this number to your do not call list.
They said, "Can you pay it back, please?"
Wow.
And they said, and they gave me their bank routing number, and they said we will pay the wire fees. I was like,
"Oh, but Sean, but tell them what they said about you should have contacted them or something."
Oh yeah. They said to me, well, you should have contacted us when you got this check. Like it was my fault.
Found money is blessed. It's a blessing. I found it.
I just thought, first of all, it was direct deposited into my account. Direct deposited. Because they had paid me for something else. And I just thought, I don't know, so for composers, the good thing about composers during this pandemic are licensing fees. And Damon, you probably know this too. I didn't know what that was. All of a sudden, I'm getting these checks because licensing, and basically these things, typically those go to film composers, but because our music was so digital, we benefited from that. So I didn't know what the going rate for sync licensing was. It's just a nice early birthday gift. But no, they called me back. They're like, we need you to pay this back.
Wow.
I'd have been like, you need to catch me in 23.
Okay.
When I recoup some of my losses.
Right. But you know what? I didn't want to burn bridges. I was like, and I've heard nothing but good things about LA. I really have. But I was like, no, they did not.
They sure did. Well, you know what you do? You charge them the next commission.
Right. Build it into your fee.
Add that.
With a convenience fee.
Right.
Like,
but hold up though. Now, since y'all asking the singers questions and stuff. Oh, and Dave Ragland had a good question. I don't really know how to answer that. Like, I've been in a show where a singer has been indisposed and there was no cover and they went on anyway. There was an announcement made at the top of the show with the curtain. Or if the singer knows that they're sick, like at the dress rehearsal, then phone calls are made to try and fly somebody in and throw them into the show. Right. So those are the only 2 times I've witnessed it. But
well, my very first Othello I sang every rehearsal and woke up the morning of the first performance, and couldn't even talk.
Ooh.
Because it was like, the temperature changes because we were in a mountain area. it would be like warm and humid during the day. Then it get cold and whatnot in the evening. So the constant up and down of the temperature changes finally just caught up with me. And so I woke up that morning and couldn't talk. And, I didn't have a cover. So I had to figure out how to make it work.
Mhm.
I started drinking hot sauce and taking cayenne capsules and once I got the chords vibrating, I had to keep them vibrating. So whenever on the stage and I wasn't singing, I was humming along with my colleague. Just to keep the chords vibrating. Because when I stopped, the chords locked up. And then I had to start the process all over. But but that was a tough one. I didn't have a cover. I had to do it. And it was a learning thing because I said, you know what? Othello will never be as difficult as it was that night. So I know I can sing that through just about anything now.
Speaking of contractual issues, this is for the composers. Can y'all write in y'all contract that y'all can use the singers that you want to use? Like, how does that work? Like, you just write the work and turn it over and then let them use who they want to use? Or are you writing for a specific voice or person and be like, well, I want for the premiere this person to sing this?
Well,
like, can you write that into your shit?
Sometimes that happens. I mean, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I have a potential Grand Opera commission that is kind of may or may not happen, but I want to choose the people I write for. Lemmy, I'm just messing. But I don't know what that's like. But I have a big commission now that I'm working on. It was commissioned several last year. The Karen's on, but they told me my singers. They said, here there are 3 singers and a pianist. And fortunately, the singers are phenomenal, and I'm excited about writing for them. But they told me who I was writing for.
It goes both ways. I mean, some of these opera commissions that I have now, they have definitely said, "Do you have singers in mind for these?" And then other ones, they have no interest in knowing my opinion at all. So it goes both ways.
Well, I have a question then. So if you're saying you don't have, they don't have any singers in mind, what exactly do you have a singer in your head? Like when you're writing that, it may not be like, okay, I'm not going to write for this specific person, but this is the type of voice I'm really leaning towards. Is that what's in your head?
And this is also real talk. I feel like a fraud sometimes as a composer because some of my strongest pieces I'm writing for or Janae, and I know their voices. So I can almost write music. If I'm writing for their voice, they're gonna make it sound phenomenal, right? And so I have a voice in mind. I have to. Now it's funny because I have that voice in mind. I write for that voice. When the pieces are performed other times, the first time it's kind of like a shock to me. It's not bad. They're all great singers. Sound I was thinking about for good and bad. So for example, I'll use Will as an example. Will has those high notes, even though he's a baritone, but he doesn't have some of those low. He does have them, but it's not as rich as some people. So in my spirituals, I remember when I heard my spiritual performed by a bass baritone, I was like, oh, that's a different low sound. But that bass baritone can't do those G flats that Will can do, I definitely have voices in mind when I write, because oftentimes I'm writing for a particular person, but that can be kind of dangerous a little bit. So again, I use Karen as an example. The piece I'm writing for her right now, she doesn't know this, but I've stalked her stuff. I'm all over YouTube and Spotify and just so I know.
But that's smart, though. That's really smart. Yeah. Like Maestro Hailstork said the same thing to me when he wrote the chamber piece for me. He said, "Oh, I had listened to your CD 10 times,
right?
So I knew what to listen for. I knew what to."
I like to ask people like, what are the do's and don'ts?
Yeah.
I say to a performer, this is not just singers. I said, tell me, like, brag. Say, here's what I'm so good at. Now I know you can do anything. Something that I'm so good, and they'll say, you know what? They'll start modest at first, and they'll brag. They'll say, you know what? I am really good at just lyrical stuff. Like a lyrical line on the piano, I can just do. Or some person says, you know, I have the fastest fingers. You know, and so now I'm not going to limit my composition to only their strengths, but I can highlight their strengths.
Yeah.
And when they perform it, it's for them, and it's like a tailor-made shirt. You know, it just fits just right. You know, yeah. And so again, it just helps my writing, helps my composition.
Yeah,
they're going to perform it. Yeah.
absolutely. Because this is the thing is, I think a lot of composers, they write things that they like, and it doesn't necessarily speak to the singer. So then the singer can't sell what it is that you write because it doesn't work. And I always tell people, do you want your shit sung or do you want it to sit on the shelf in a library? Because that is like, because that I do a lot of research and I see a lot of people like, damn, I didn't know this person wrote this or that person wrote that, or you know, and I'm just like, so we can work together, you know what I mean? And then some composers love certain parts of singers' voices. And so they write for that part of the voice that they love the most. And you know, I don't know. It's just a
I'm writing something for Denise right now, and
name drop.
She loved. Well, you know, whatever. But the thing that I always like when I'm listening for like mezzos and like when I'm writing pieces for them, I want to know like how low they can go.
Oh.
And so she was like, "Oh yeah." I said, "What about like a low D?" She said, "Oh yeah, that's no problem." So what did I do? There's a couple of low Ds in this piece, and like I wouldn't know that unless I asked her. You know what I mean? So it's all about collaboration, and I mean, as a singer too, I love talking to other singers and just hearing what they have to.
The album that I'm releasing with Janae and Will, on one song, Janae.
Oh, here you go with them two again. Here you go with them two again.
Listen, stop.
Here you go.
I was gonna say there's one piece where she hits a low C, and it's just like it's just this low. It's anemic in the most beautiful way, you know. But you know what though, I'm gonna transition to my sopranos and my tenors. I'm gonna have to I have to stop with my baritones and my mezzos.
No S on it. Don't make it plural.
I told you he's very aggressive, so I warned you already.
Well, look, y'all, I'm gonna have to cut y'all loose. My husband has started turning off lights in the house.
Oh, Nicole,
thank Damien.
I wanted to stay in and wish Damien a happy new year, but
it's 3 minutes.
We got 3 minutes.
We got 3 minutes.
Oh, it's 3 minutes. I'm looking at okay, I can hang in for 3 more minutes. I think
yeah,
my husband.
Come on, you got it.
I got it.
We all hang in there.
Because I was gonna leave an hour ago, and I was like, no, I can't. You know, in 3 minutes, I was like, I can stay.
You had questions.
You had questions that needed to be answered.
It was good. I learned a lot actually. Yeah.
But okay, so I want to ask the composers a question. What do you think the stories that need to be like? What would you want someone to ask you to write? And what do you think that are the stories that like you know need to be in the canon like 5 years from the next 5 years, next 7 seasons? Whatever.
I've always wanted to write not the Invisible Man, but Invisible Man.
I said what?
Invisible Man, Ralph Ellison.
Oh,
I will let Damien answer this more, but offline, I got a story to tell y'all. Damien knows all about this.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, the secrets. But no, okay. So what else? Like, what do y'all want to?
I love ghost stories. I love ghost stories, and I love like horror. So I would love to do a horror opera one day.
Ooh, nice.
I think that would be
for me. I want to do more more happy, joyful Black stories. But I'm really interested in bringing my Nigerian heritage, or African heritage, I should say. It doesn't have to be Nigerian. Into this, whether it's like folklore or whether it's like just like real life, modern things. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Do you
I'm with you.
specifically
I'm with you
want to
on the
just write
folklore.
black folk?
well, no, but kinda. No. I mean, but here's the thing. I've been blessed because a lot of my writing, I write for voice a lot, but I write for orchestras and string quartets and everything, and so I get enough of that. And so if I'm gonna write for the stage a story, I kind of want to do a story that I can relate to. My opera for COT is about food, which is not a Black story, but I'm a foodie, and so I want to write about food, right?
Yeah.
Not Tiger King.
We can do the Aba Women's War, the Nigerian Aba Women's War of 1921. Me and Nicole can be in it. All women's cast.
Yes, all women's cast.
We beat colonialism. There you go. Boom.
Yes.
Actually, I may steal that.
Here we go.
Just give me my check. Just cut me my check, or write me some shit, and then we'll be even.
It's funny.
Oh my goodness, we got 1 minute.
But I'm down for the horror. I think that would be so cool to do a horror opera.
I can't do that. Damien, that's all you. I can't do that.
Anytime I present that to somebody, they ask me like, "What are some of your ideas?" They're like, "Oh, what else you got?" I'm like, "No."
You gotta think out the box.
What about a romantic comedy? Can we get a rom-com, a Black rom-com?
So I have an opera that
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Damien.
Black rom-com. Yay! Happy New Year.
West Coast.
Okay, good night. No.
Right.
West Side. All right. Those who want to leave, bye. I'll see y'all.
I don't want to leave, but I got you. I literally, my husband came in. I saw he's turned off all the lights in the house except for here. So
time to go. Love you.
Love y'all. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thanks for inviting me in.
Of course.
Cutting up with y'all. So talk to y'all later.
All right. Bye.
Bye. How do I get out of here? Okay. Bye.
No, I'm actually going to leave too, but I will say though, I should tell you about an interesting experience, which I can't really talk.
Yeah, don't do it here.
Yeah, I can't. Oh, I won't. Definitely can't. I can't. But it's relevant. But
that's at the after show, but not on here. All right. Sean, we love you. Thank you.
Love you too. All right, bye.
I need to work on my stuff.
Aggressive.
Not first.
Y'all are us.
Okay, I just wrote a piece for baritone.
Huh?
I just wrote a piece for baritone.
For me? Slide it to me.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Don't send him the one you sent me that you need to transpose.
Yeah, slide it to me too. We can talk about transposing
it need to be transposed, and it's not for you.
That doesn't matter. I don't care. I own everything.
Send me everything.
They love me. All right. I love y'all. Thank you.
I love y'all.
Love you too. Now that
all this time. Oh my God. This was a legendary combos.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Almost 5 hours. My goodness.
Oh my God. But only the queen can do it. And with her people. That's it.
Right.
And Lemmy gonna get us drugged and fought. Fired and hired. I love coming into 22 with y'all. I hope we have more of these times together.
Yes.
Everybody who was here, who hung out. Some people hung out for the whole 3 hours.
5 hours.
Yes, 3-5 hours. I don't know. Child, I lost count. But anyway, Thank you. Combos is coming back. We got to do more of these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see you in a few weeks.
Yes, I know. I can't wait to see you on Hug Your Neck. Yes. And Kenny and Damien, all you guys and everybody else who's here. Thank you, Callie Day, the legendary.
Callie Day.
Callie.
I'll see you at Sawdust.
Yes.
In a couple of weeks.
Yes.
And then at QXR 2 weeks after that, or a week after that. I'll see you a lot. Damien, we're going to rock Portland out with this piece here.
I'm so excited.
The way I sound on it.
Oh, I know you kill it. I know you do. I tell you, I cannot wait to hear it. I had a whole new suit made.
Listen.
Yeah.
I hope there's room for my outfit on the stage. Room.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Listen.
Well.
It's a requiem. It's a requiem for the Blacks. So
Yeah. They're gonna have to make room.
Make room.
All right.
But it's exciting. All right. I love y'all.
Love y'all. Y'all take care of yourself. Combos, we are out. Have a happy new year. See y'all.
Happy New Year, y'all.
Soon. Bye.
Bye.